and D2C knowledge ecosystem. It promotes accurate updates, analysis, forecasting on policy, decision, and projections on governance domains. It caters to diverse sectors including IT, skill, infrastructure, mobility, health, education, and BFSI. Medlytics also diversified its offerings to conferences, webinars, and customized events, exhibition, and awards.
We are proud to pronounce the host partner of this event, KMRL. Kochi Metro Rail Limited is a center state public sector company in Kochi that operates the Kochi Metro and Kochi Water Metro with a vision to enrich the quality of life for everyone in Kochi by facilitating better connectivity between people and places, and between people and prosperity.
Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Autonomous in Kakanad, Kochi, is a premier educational institution offering excellence in engineering education and research. RSET Autonomous is an endeavor of the Sacred Heart Province of the CMI. It is accredited with A grade by NAAC. The institution provides undergraduate programs and postgraduate programs in engineering and also offers programs on research, which is PhD in science and engineering. We would love to take this opportunity to express our pride in being the knowledge partner of today's prestigious event.
Moving ahead, now we begin with the inaugural session. We have the welcome address by the program mentor, Father Jason Paul Mullerical, CMI, Vice Principal of RSET. Father Jason Paul Mullerical is a professor of computer science at RSET. He's a member of the Sacred Heart Province, Kochi of CMI Congregation. He received his PhD in high-performance scientific computing from the Australian National University in 2013. He's done his master's in information system at Armid University, Melbourne, Australia. He worked as a computational scientist at New Zealand's e-science infrastructure at the University of Auckland. We invite you on stage.
Respected dignitaries, honored of the dais, a very good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to Gen Next Transport and Technology Summit 2022 as the program mentor. The summit is jointly organized by Kochi Metro, RSCT, and Medlytics Digital Convergence. So we are happy as RSET to host this event in our campus. Technology plays a very important role in transportation as never before, as we all know. Just a few days ago, when we had the tragic bus accident in Palakkad, the GPS system, along with the real-time monitoring module in the bus, enabled the authorities to straight away report that the bus was clocked a speed of 97.7 km/h just few seconds before the accident, and the bus got tilted soon after that, and the owner of the bus was intimated twice about the dangerous speed levels before this tragic event. I think that Srijit sir, who is on the dais, our Honorable Transport Commissioner, is the one who announced or released this information to the public. We pay homage to all those affected by this great tragedy. But at the same time, it also shows the power of technology in transportation. And there is much more which will be deliberated today in the summit. So I wish this summit all the very best and all the participants fruitful deliberations. So let me come to my duty. First of all, a very warm welcome to Sri Haibi Eden, the Honorable MP for Ernakulam, who is a very good friend of RSCT and KMRL. He straight away agreed to us to attend this function just at the note of a WhatsApp message. And he has taken all the pain to come over here. He just landed today at 3 o'clock in the morning from abroad. And here he is with us today. So Haibi, in the name of all who have gathered here, RSET and KMRL, a very warm welcome. Next, I would like to welcome Sri S. Srijit IPS, the Transport Commissioner, Government of Kerala. As I just mentioned, I think he is in the middle of a lot of things. But I think which makes it a perfect platform for him to spread his vision and advocacy in transportation domain, especially in safety. Thank you so much, sir, for coming over here and enlightening us. A very welcome to you, sir. ASET is very happy to associate with the KMRL for the past 8 years through a formal MOU, which has finally resulted in a Department of Science and Technology supported research project. We have created a data analytical platform for Kochi Metro. The man who supported in all our endeavors is the MD of Kochi Metro, Sri Loknath Behraji, who is also the program chair for this summit. He has chosen to live very nearby to us in Edachara, so he is our neighbor at the moment. So with that family feeling, I invite you to this summit, sir. Very welcome, sir. And also we are very happy that the second phase of our RSET KMR research project will be announced here today. And also a note of gratitude for the same to Beharaji as well. And also we have Sri Nagaraju Chekkilam, the IPS, the IG Commissioner of Police, Kochi City, as our guest of honor. Thank you so much for coming over here, sir. Very warm welcome. Also we got Prashant Sinhaji, the Senior Vice President, Axis Bank, who is also present with us. They are also the title sponsor of the summit and a strong partner of KMRL. Very welcome you, sir. Now, let me welcome our family members. RSET hosts the event. Our director, Reverend Dr. Jos Kurier at CMI, he is present here. And he has given all the support for this program. He has given the permissions and all the encouragement. And he has also graced the souvenir with his message. So thank you, as well as a very warm welcome to this summit, Father. Also we have Professor Dr. Srijit PS, the principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology with us. He has supported all the endeavors related to this event. Thank you, sir, and very welcome to this conference. And we got some eminent personalities, I think eminent academician like Professor Ashish Verma from IISc Bangalore, who is heading the Sustainable Transport Lab. And also we got friends from Cochin Metro. I can see Sinhaji is there, and so many others are there, our friends are there. And then I think Ajit sir, Shine, everybody is here. Then CSML, then KMTA, KPMG, friends from KPMG, Delhi Metro, Bangalore Metro, Cochin Port, CL, and other vendors, and all the participants. So I welcome all of you to this event. And also, I must welcome this person, that is Biswajit Sahu, who is from Metalytics Digital Convergence. He has taken all the pain in coordinating this event, and without him and his team, that is Sunil Beharaji and Pravida, this would not have happened. And also the leadership from RSET under the leadership of Mr. Binu. Sminu, Harsha, Aisha, Sajan Raj, all are here. So thank you so much and welcome you all. So once again, welcoming you all, I remain thank you.
Thank you, Father. Now, we move on to the most auspicious ceremony of the day, that is, lighting of the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to come forward. Thank you, dignitaries. I request you to be seated. We have with us the Honorable MP, Mr. Haibi Eden, who is the guest of honor of this event. Haibi Eden is a 38-year-old member of parliament from India representing Ernakulam constituency. Some of his prominent interventions so far include 100% free super specialty health intervention for the economically stressed people, menstrual hygiene management programs for girls, affordable housing for the underprivileged, and an integrated transportation system for Kochi. His biggest priorities include ensuring access to quality education, healthcare, and drinking water for the communities of his constituency. He strives to empower local communities by promoting skill development, entrepreneurship, and local investments to generate jobs for youth. With utmost respect, we invite you onto the stage for your special inaugural address. Honorable MP, we welcome you onto the stage.
The president of today's function, our very own Reverend Dr. Jose Kuriedat, the director of Rajagiri Institute of Science and Technology, the managing director of Kochi Metro Rail Limited and former Director General of Police, our very own Sri Loknath Behra IPS, Transport Commissioner Sri Srijit IPS, Commissioner of Police Sri Nagaraju IPS, Vice Principal of Rajagiri Engineering College, Father Jason, Principal Sri Srijit, the representative of Axis Bank Sri Prashant Sinha, distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, and friends. It's a great honor to be here, to be a part of this very auspicious deliberations which is going to happen today based on transport and technology. As Father Jason mentioned, I flew this morning from Istanbul and I was amazed to see the technological intervention in the public transportation system, which is something all of us can benefit from. The inception of the Cochin Metro Rail has no doubt, none of us are doubting about the intervention it has made in our day-to-day lives and how easy a public transportation can become is a classic example of Kochi Metro Rail. And there has been a huge cultural transition in our public transportation means, whereby we have, not rapidly, but we have moved from a culture whereby we are ready to sacrifice, ready to park our cars and two-wheelers in parking slots or walk a mile from our homes to the nearest metro stations, where we can actually take a metro ride, which has a lot of advantages in a busy city like Cochin, in a growing metropolitan city like Cochin. I've experienced the benefit and advantage of the state-of-the-art transportation like the metros in many of the huge cities where whenever there was heavy rainfalls and whenever there have been road accidents, whenever the city went into a stall and a stagnant position, all these metro rails have made their duties as usual. Even if it is a public holiday, even there is a natural calamity, even when there is a Bandh or Hartal, the Kochi Metro Rail or any other metro services of a country performs their duties quite well. So we have an advantage on one side where we have a state-of-the-art transportation facility. Mr. Behrajay is a person very keenly working on how more people can use the metro, how more public can join the culture of metro in the coming days. As I said, for the last 4 or 5 days, when I was in a country for the first time, where English is not a main language, Turkish is the main language in Turkey, in Istanbul. Unfortunately, all the signboards and all the devices, technological devices, are based on a language called Turkish. But the interesting part is, when we go into the city or to the outskirts, if we hire a taxi, it is quite expensive. And now the other part of technology is the taxi drivers make sure that they search the routes on Google Maps and make sure if there is a red line, they won't take you for a ride to the destination you wish to go. So if there is an intense traffic block, they might not be happy to take you on a taxi ride. So when I asked some of the local people, they said that you have to take an Istanbul card. And for taking an Istanbul card, for using the metro rail and the trams and the public buses, you have a screen where you have to put a 50 lira note where you will get a red color card called the Istanbul card. And you can very easily, without knowing the language, you can just keep the card on the screen. You can insert any amount of money you want to. It will be added on your card. And that card can be used as a card which can be used in metro, in the public buses, and also on the trams which are on the streets of Turkey. So this was very easy for me and my family. 4 of us traveled in a tram, in a metro, and on a public bus using the Istanbul card. The point I'm trying to make is, technology makes us so connected. There was a lot of inhibition earlier for a generation which was much more elder to me. They were quite skeptical about using technology in their day-to-day lives. I don't think anybody in this room, including Father Jose Kuriadath, is using WhatsApp on daily basis. Is using. I said there wouldn't be anybody, including Father Dr. Jose Kuriadath. So there is nobody left in this room who has access to technology, who is working on daily basis, sending documents, sending major documents, and having access and chats on the technological platform which we are using. So this is a time when our life is made much easier using technology. And public transport is such a domain. The chief of Axis Bank is right here. All the transactions, banking transactions, all the major bills of the Kerala state government, including the Kerala State Electricity Board, or for that matter, if it is the water authority bills, Kerala water authority bills, all the major taxes, bills can be submitted, can be paid online. The Transport Commissioner, Mr. Srijit, is here. Even if you want to apply for a license, for that matter, it is now an online procedure. I had to recently update, revise my license, renew my license. So that was a procedure which was done online. So Kerala is a community, apart from the general education scenario which we are strong in. We are also quite strong in the technological platform, or the e-platform, or the e-literacy rate is much, much higher compared to the other states of the country. So even for that matter, it is health or education, Kerala compared to the higher states has got an advantage. So it would be much easier for a community like Kerala to adopt a technology-friendly transportation system. We are striving towards a day where with a single card, we would be able to travel on Kochi Metro Rail, on KSRTC bus, on buses coming to Vaitila Mobility Hub, on a water metro, and I believe maybe in the future on the Indian railway system also. So very single card which can be owned, can be used in all modes of transport, which would be a life-changing thing for all of us. So technology has always a key vital role in our day-to-day lives. Even though there has been a lot of inhibition in the past with a generation which were not quite friendly in using technology as a mode of transport, or for that matter in our day-to-day lives. But our day-to-day lives have been so easy. Google Pay has made wonders in our lives, even though I don't use Google Pay because my bank account doesn't stay full if you have a Google account. So things have there has been a huge transition, a paradigm shift in our day-to-day lives where technology plays a very vital role. And I'm very sure that Honorable KMRL MD and the Transport Commissioner would have more to say on the day-to-day affairs of the department as well as the Kochi Metro Rail. Kochi Metro Rail has an IC4 command and control unit. Recently, being a member of the Urban Development Standing Committee of the Parliament, which includes the Metro, the Housing Department, the Smart City, etc., comes under the Kochi, the Urban Development Standing Committee, and we were fortunate enough to visit Delhi and many other states. The states have used technology in such a manner that even the drug peddlers of the city can be watched on the screens. Even any penalty which has been charged or any day-to-day affairs of the law department, police department, or anybody who is trying to break a law is being captured on a screen, and the data and information integrated to the IC4 command and control unit is so immense. I believe that in future Kochi would also be equipped with a lot of data from different departments, the government departments, the local self-governments, where the integration can lead, give a massive change to our day-to-day life. So I believe that all the dignitaries on the dais would be speaking on that. I'm very happy that Rajagiri, an institute which has new courses to their engineering department, BTech department, has organized such a platform for, as he mentioned, we are not very happy sitting on the dais where all our minds are not very much disturbed with the recent accident which happened in Palakkad district. And I believe that technology is something which can actually make a lot of difference in all these matters. Whenever lawbreakers come in, it is very easy to identify the lawbreakers and to make sure that crimes are easily sorted out and solved using technology. So transport and technology can do wonders when a robust form of transport can be integrated into technology. I think every minute, even the auto rickshaw which we use, can be a life-changing device for our day-to-day lives. So I thank everybody, the management of the Rajagiri Engineering College, for inviting me to give me an opportunity to speak on this particular matter. I'm very happy to be a part of this very auspicious gathering. All the very best to the organizers and the sponsors and the dignitaries on the dais who are major players, who are senior police officers, who are people heading the metro, heading the state transportation department. So all these key players together on one platform can make wonders. I wish all the very best for this seminar, for the deliberations which is going to happen today. We have speakers from across the country who would be very, in minute detail, would be speaking in very depth about this particular topic. So all the very best for this wonderful initiative, Rajagiri Engineering College and the people who have coordinated this event. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have the keynote address by Sri S. Srijit, IPS Transport Commissioner, Government of Kerala. So Srijit is an officer of Indian Police Services having a socially conscious attitude. He is a 1996 batch official of the Indian Police Service, currently serves as the Inspector General of Police Crime Branch and CIO of Kerala State Human Rights Commission. Sri S. Srijit IPS is an accomplished scholar and a highly qualified speaker to deliver motivational speeches on a wide range of topics including anti-human trafficking, child abuse, etc. He is the founder of the anti-human trafficking clubs in Kerala and also known as the Big Daddy of Kerala Police. Now he is the Transport Commissioner of the state. With all due respect, I would like to invite him onto the stage.
President of the function for the Josh Kuriyadat, Sri Haibi Eden MP, respected Darasa, Nagraju, Father Jason, Prashant Sinha, and Principal Srijit, and my dear friends, honor of the dais. It's not normal for the police, for the senior to wait for the junior. So actually I took Barasa's kind permission only because I have to rush to the accident site again. I'm supposed to have been speaking on futuristic, sustainable modes of transport and what we have in the annual and what we are planning. But unfortunately, I have to admit to you that my mind is certainly clogged, my vision with a kind of grief that has overcome all of us after I visited the accident site the day before. So I would actually like to speak something on accident prevention and a futuristic model for the same, coupled with my minuscule thoughts on sustainable transport. I am very sure that there are experts who have done enough and more on the job, and with Barrister at the helm of affairs at the metro, I have been warning some of my friends in the KMRL that beware, here comes a man who knows how to get these things done. He was actually with us for the last 5 to 6 years. We were working in close quarters, and he is an officer and a person who never takes no for an answer. God forbid if he decides to ensure that the metro runs on the roads. If he decides that, that also will be done. That is the kind of person that he is. So he's a go-getter. He'll get things done, and I'm very, very sure that KMRL and KMTA, I don't know how many of you know about this, is going to scale newer heights under his guidance and leadership. So this is just a forerunner of things to come. There are much more things to come, and he's actually capable of taking it to, unthinkable and unscalable heights. So all the best to all of you who's going to work with him. But let me again warn you of all those who are going to work with him. He's a hard taskmaster. He smiles through and through, but he makes things work, and he makes you work. So that apart, what I'm trying to tell you is about the accidents and the accident reduction schemes and the plans and whatnot, and I have to hail and I have to be very proud of this institution called Rajgiri, because it has been the pioneer for so many such initiatives prior also. And I don't know how many of you know that we have had something called an experiment done in Rajgiri has actually propelled us to give a curriculum to the education department on the 28th last. We actually did something called Safe Campus. It was an experiment which was done in Rajgiri, and we found out that the students were actually users of two-wheelers and some four-wheelers too. We actually done a study on them and gave them a particular kind of inputs. It's actually basically done by the work of a couple of my motor vehicle inspectors who are actually very committed to their cause. So actually what happened was that after the experiment, the inputs that we gave to the students, the violations that they had probably committed while they were on the roads prior to that experiment and post this experiment came down by 82%. This was something remarkable. So this study, this project was put up to the government and the government approved it. My minister was all happy about the whole thing. It is called Safe Campus and he wanted to extend it to the whole of Kerala, and we are actually planning to do the same. And at the same time, we wanted to give a syllabus for traffic and road safety to +2 students and make sure that after they go through this particular course and once they clear the exam, they don't have to appear for the learner's test. So this is the added incentive that we are going to give them. So the course wouldn't be all rosy, it is all grotesque. We have included very gruesome accidents and accident scenes into the same, and we've told them how this has happened and why it should not happen and why you shouldn't drink and drive. So many things are built into the system, and we have already also included a particular chapter on road rage. So why there shouldn't be a rage on the road? Road is not a place where you actually win. Road is not a place where you become macho. No. It's a place where you actually live and let live. So this concept has been built into this curriculum, and we have given it to the education department, and the curriculum committee is actually examining it. And if all goes well, by the next year we would have this syllabus in most of our +2 schools. So I'm actually very indebted to the institution, that is Rajgiri, for having pioneered such an attempt from our side. And this is going to go a long way, and you can actually feel proud if we have, and let me tell you, this kind of an experiment is the first of its kind in the world. There's no other, I don't think, nothing has come to my notice. If there's any expert who's more knowledgeable than me on this, may kindly enlighten me. As far as I know, and I have experimented and searched and researched, there's no other country in the world which has included this as a curriculum and as a subject to study. So if this happens in Kerala, Rajagiri would be responsible for that, for pioneering this experiment, and we would also be proud to be the first department of its kind in the world to have such a curriculum. So this is what we are trying to do in trying to inculcate the right kind of aptitude and attitude on the roads, at least for the next generation. Now there are 3 E's of traffic, as probably all of you would be knowing. That is education, engineering, and enforcement. Now anywhere in the world, enforcement can only cater to 20% of the violations. The rest of these violations have to come in by way of education, by self-regulation, civility, civic sense, and the engineering which is incumbent on the system, that is the government, of course. But this attitude and aptitude part is something which you have to build up. Now, as Honorable MP was pointing out, technology has made definitive strides, huge strides. And as he rightly pointed out, there was an alarm going to this particular owner of the bus. 20 minutes prior and 40 minutes prior to the particular incident. Now, there was a $64 million question which is still being posed to me, even by the High Court yesterday. Why couldn't you stop this bus if it was speeding? Now, here the answer comes. We have got the largest vehicular density in the world is in Kerala. We have got 1,67 lakh vehicles for a population of 3.3 crores. Roughly 2 people per vehicle. So every 2 people, if you see together, you can be sure that one owns a vehicle. And the numbers are still mounting. I mean, it's not going down in any way. And most of these vehicles are fossil fuel driven. So if you talk about carbon emission in Kerala, we also will be topping that way too. Little are we concerned about, the fallouts. Least are we bothered about what is going to happen to the next generation for posterity. We're not bothered about all that. So this attitude and aptitude should come in. Now how can you build this in? Now I'll come back to the question which was posed to me by most of the media and the public yesterday. Why couldn't you prevent this vehicle if it showed a speed of more than what it should be? Now let me tell you, there's a project by the government where it's called Operation Nirbhaya, where we are supposed to have VLTD. VLTD means Vehicle Location Tracking Device, which is a GPS device which is fitted onto every vehicle so that we can track where they are. 840,000 odd vehicles have to be fitted with this VLTD. Now, the government in all its utmost sincerity, believed, still believes that, most of these operators, drivers, and traffic owners are people with some kind of a civic sense. So they just gave a directive that, this VLTD shall be fitted onto these vehicles, and the vehicles will be monitored by the Motor Vehicles Department. There is no penal provision attached to this. So the government said, you get it done. Please do this. So we told everybody, please do this. Most of them scoffed at us. So the result is that 250,000 vehicles have fitted with VLTD, while 6 lakh still remain. Two aspects to this again. What is the penal provisions for overspeeding? It is nothing more than a fine. Now, then the question is asked, whether have you started fining all those vehicles going beyond the speed limits which have been fitted with the VLTD? Now, those vehicles which have already been fitted with the VLTD, they are only 250,000. We have started sending alerts to them now. If we start enforcing fines on them and them only, those of them who have not actually fitted with these VLTDs, they would become smarter. So the smart Alex think that, by defying the law, by defying the system, they think that they rule the roost. They think that they call the shots. Little do they realize that inadvertently they are contributing to all these deaths on the road. We have got 4,000 deaths on the road every year. 4,000 deaths on the road. Now, the last 5 to 6 months, Motor Vehicles Department has been doing us proud by bringing it down. Let me take a reservation to my own statement. It is actually police and Motor Vehicles Department combined have been able to bring down the fatalities on the road by 13.7%. 13.7% of 4,000 means another 500 people alive on the roads somewhere. So we are quite, there's a Supreme Court committee headed by none less than a justice. His name is Ajay Kumar Sapru, who's been coming off and on to monitor this. And we have been very proudly telling him, sir, we have actually managed to bring down our fatalities by 13.7%. And I've written to all the commissioners and the collectors again as road safety commissioner that we have to bring it down to 20%. And further beyond. And this tragedy is actually a personal tragedy for, somebody like me who's actually aspiring to bring it down to 20%. Now, well, that aside, what I'm trying to tell you is that this VLTD being fitted onto these vehicles, being just a directive without a penal sentence attached to it, means nothing to most of us. Means little to anybody who's actually thinking about, how to flout the law. So this is where our futuristic approach should come in. We should have a next generation where most of our students, most of our children, when they grow up, when they become license holders, when they become bus operators, when they become drivers, know that they should abide by the law, not for anything else, but just for the sake of abiding by the law and being a good civilian. No other reason for that. So this is one of my prime priorities. Yesterday, when I had appeared before the High Court, I've told the High Court that, I'll take all earnest efforts and I'll come back to the High Court before the 28th of next month with solid proposals to ensure that this is done. Well, it's a $64 million question. I would actually implore all of you to explore possibilities how to make our own people behave. We are not in an enemy country. These are not enemy soldiers that we are fighting. We are actually fighting our own people, their own attitudes and a particular kind of aptitude where you think that if I know Srijit, I can manage anything. If I know Nagaraju, I can do anything in the city. No. Despite knowing anybody or not knowing anyone, you have to abide by the law. This is something which is a totally futuristic concept as we stand here today now, because this is actually totally alien to most of us. Now, I'm sorry if I was slightly blunt in putting across my views on these topics. Speed governors, as you know, have been built into most of the new vehicles now. They are observed more in violation than in, acquiescence to, what the norms are. So, all these things, we are going hammer and tongs now. So again, it is a knee-jerk reaction. It is something which has happened out of an incident which shouldn't have happened. But we plan to sustain this, and I hope all of you will be there with us together. And I would implore all of you, all of those people who are sitting here, to send us videos of any violations if you see on the road, so that we can take proper action in whatever little ways we can. Little ways, I mean, I still certainly and positively think that the laws should have more teeth. Any which way, that apart, let me talk about the sustainable transport concepts that we are dwelling on today. I had actually attended a conference in Norway in June. It was all about e-mobility, electric mobility. So I thought that we had made great strides in electric mobility, but I was aghast when I reached there and found that we went nowhere compared to most of the European countries. But actually, we have made great strides with respect to electric mobility as far as Kerala is concerned at the national level. We have around 32,000 odd vehicles going fully electrical. And out of the total population of 1 crore 67 lakhs, only 32,000 have gone electric. We are the first state in the country to register the hydrogen fueled vehicle. And it has been given for research to the Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Technology, which is under the KSRTC again. Now, talking about electric mobility and sustainable mobility with alternate fuels, there's a very serious concern which is being put up, and that is about the sustainability part. That is about the gestation period, and that is also about the charging time and how much time people would have to wait for a single charge to take place. So these are the concepts which were discussed at the international summit, and let me tell you, let me warn all of you that India has given a target to its own public, saying that at least 70% of the vehicles in India would go either electric or to non-conventional energy sources before 2050. Now the summit, when I attended the summit, I thought that this was a great stride that we were making. These declarations were quite futuristic, but when I attended this particular summit in Norway, I found out that post 2030, if we don't measure up to the standards prescribed internationally on carbon neutrality, we wouldn't have a world in 2050 to boast about 70% of the vehicles going non-conventional. 2030 is the target set for total carbon neutrality. Now here the problem, we are not concerned about the generation of electricity, how it is being generated. We are just now concerned about electric mobility and having more and more electric vehicles on the road. Little do we realize, unless the electricity that is being generated is either hydel or solar or wind powered, we are only adding up to the carbon emissions in a different way. What used to be directly emitted from the vehicles would be emitted from a plant. That's the only difference. We are not going to attain any kind of neutrality as envisaged, number one. If that be the case, another important question which has been posed is that, there was a senator, I don't know how many of you have seen that particular video. A senator was putting a question to one operator from Tesla in the US, where the US is actually planning to have 50% of all the vehicles on the roads going electric by 2030. So a normal household, the consumption of electricity on a normal household throughout the night for using a normal, suppose we use a couple of air conditioners and a fridge or maybe something, heaters and whatnot, it is almost 10 times the consumption of a normal household that is required to charge a proper high-powered vehicle. Now, the senator asked this particular question that what do you think is going to happen in the years to come when all these vehicles turn electric and your grid capacity is going to be something near to zero? Like, do you plan to see that we are going to have blackouts in the city and then just charge our vehicles? The person concerned didn't have a proper answer. Now this actually set most of us thinking, and there were a couple of summits nationally also which I attended, where MORTH is also seriously, MORTH is the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, is seriously seized of this matter, and they are also concerned about non-renewable sources of energy being put up on a larger scale in all the charging stations which are going to be put up all over the country. Now we are going to have 17 odd charging stations in the next 6 months or so, aided by the ANOT in different institutions of ours, the PWD offices, the KSRTC offices and whatnot. But regarding them being solar powered, we need additional funds. We need additional initiatives. And unless this happens, if the number of 32,000 goes up to something around 10 lakh, we would have blackouts in the state. So this is something which is of serious concern, which I think most of the experts here would be aware of, which should be deliberated. We are actually planning a serious conference internationally on the same issue in Kerala on 21st, 22nd and 20th, 21st and 22nd of January. That would be held in Trivandrum. The government has apportioned money for the same. We are bringing in experts internationally also. We are all on the job together. I implore all of you to kindly be one of the stakeholders. KMRL would certainly be a stakeholder. We will be approaching you, sir. And take initiatives in this, to put forth ideas internationally to make electric mobility sustainable. And Kerala happens to be one hub where we can actually produce a lot of green hydrogen with the kind of water resources that we have. That also has to be, stepped up, and serious research has to go on in those lines too. I hope KMRL would take the initiative, with Kochi being one of the hubs of activity with IOC, BPCL, everybody over here. But let me tell you of one particular incident which has probably happened in Norway. They are way ahead of us in terms of hydrogen mobility, but there was an explosion one day in one of the hubs where this research was going on in Norway that set back the research initiatives at least by 10 years. The explosion, there were no casualties, no injuries, nothing. So safety protocols are of utmost importance. And as far as I know, there is no safety protocol prescribed even for the researches which are going on in many an establishment. I actually visited the Mahindra plant in Hosur last month. There's serious research going on there. But when I asked them about the safety protocols prescribed by the Bureau of Indian Standards, they said there is none. They said that we are following what all the others are following in Europe. I said I agree on all that, but there has to be some serious thought as to how a safety protocol should be for India in Indian customized circumstances. Now all these things, I'm naive enough to admit that I know little about the research which has actually gone on over all those years. My experience on all these new modes of mobility is only about 5 months old. But I implore all of you to put your heads together and have solutions for all these questions that have been thrown up now. With these humble words, I think I'll have to break free from the conference with the permission of the chair, because I have to with the permission of Father Dr. Jose Courier, I would actually request you to allow me to proceed to Palghat. So I would request that this August gathering to give me permission also, whereas it already has granted me permission, so that's fine. I request all of you to put all of your heads together and give serious thought on all these deliberations and how we can take it up in a sustainable manner. And one more thing I forgot to tell you is that electric mobility in the maritime sector is something which we can actually boast of as having provided for other countries but having little for ourselves. We've actually provided a couple of steamers in Norway from the Cochin shipyard which are electric, but we still have fossil-driven vessels going all around the place, all around our backwaters and seas, little realizing that we can do a lot more if we actually have our vessels also going electric. So this maritime mobility also might be a food for thought for all of you, and I hope these deliberations happening today and tomorrow would actually bring out, so it's confined for today, no sir? The deliberations which happening today would come up with very fruitful suggestions for the futuristic model which has thrown up a lot of questions which I have put up to you there. I'm sure there would be more and better or worse questions with all of you. I hope we have answers to all of them. at least have a thought-provoking initiatives from today's conference, and let us take it forward. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Before you leave, we would like to give a small memento as a token of our appreciation. For that, I would like to invite the Director of RSET, Reverend Father Dr. Jose Courier at CMI, to present the memento. I would also like to invite the group editor, Bishwajit Sahu, Medalitics, to deliver their memento.
Now, we will have the address by the Director of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. Reverend Father Dr. Jose Courier CMI was a professor of sociology at Sacred Heart College, Tevara from 1980 to 2000 and retired as the principal of the college. He has a doctoral degree in sociology and did postdoctoral research in sociology at Catholic University of Leuven, Belgium from 1990 to 1992. He has published 7 books and many scientific articles on sociology of religion. From 2008 to 2014, he was the General Counselor for Education and Communication Media in the CMI congregation. From 2014, he served as the prior of SH Monastery and the manager of Sacred Heart College Autonomous and other educational institutions of the congregation in Tevara, Kochi. From 2017 to 2020, he was the Provincial Superior of Sacred Heart Province, Kochi, of the CMI congregation. With utmost respect, I welcome you onto the dais, sir.
Sri Hybrid and MB, Sri S. Srijit, Transport Commissioner, Sri Loknath Bera, MD of KMRL, Sri Nagaraju, the Police Commissioner, and Prashant Sinha, Dr. P.S. Srijit, our Principal, Reverend Dr. Jason Malarikal, the Vice Principal, distinguished participants, my greetings and best wishes for the success of this Summit on Transport and Technology, hosted by our Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and organized by KMRL and other institutions. We have been fortunate to associate with KMRL in collecting data, analyzing the data, and projecting it for the development of Kochi Metro for some time. And the first phase has come to a completion, and this summit is organized as a kind of recognition of that completion. And I understand that the second phase will begin soon, and it has been sanctioned. The Rajagiri College of Engineering has sufficient facilities and also capable faculty members to do research on different fields of technology development, and we try to keep abreast of the developments in the general society and these particular fields. And the college has, I think, 4 computer-related or digital-related faculty departments like computer science, IT, artificial intelligence and data analysis, and computer science and business system. All these different departments work together and in taking projects and developing them for the benefit of the society. And so we are very fortunate to collaborate with the KMRL for our good. As it was mentioned by the different speakers, the application of new digital technology and computer science in different fields of our life, and particularly in transport system, has helped us immensely for the development of that system and also to prevent accidents in different ways. And in spite of all this, in our society, we see the, the lack of enforcement of such system. We are not, we are not lacking that system, but somehow we are not trying to enforce it because of several pressures. Anyway, this summit will make us more aware of these needs, and I hope that we will move forward and we will be able to, this college will be able to work together, and we look forward to closer collaboration with KMRL and other agencies for this. So thank you very much for organizing this seminar and giving an opportunity to host here. So my best wishes and greetings once again. Thank you very much. I have to attend a funeral elsewhere, so I have to leave immediately. It is already late. So I regret to inform you that I will not be able to wait for the completion of this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. I would like to invite the group editor, Biswajit Sahu Medalitics, to deliver the memento as a token of gratitude.
Next, we have the addressal by the program chair, Mr. Loknath Behra, MD of KMRL. Mr. Loknath Behra is a retired Indian Police Service officer. He was the Kerala State Police Chief and Director General of Police. He was one of the National Investigation Agency's founding members, that is NIA. Mr. Behra began his career as an ASP in Alapura and went on to serve as ACP in Trikakara, SP in Kannur, Commandant of the KAP-4 Battalion, Commissioner of Kochi City, IG of Police Headquarters, ADGP, DGP of Prisons, and DGP of Crime, Fire and Rescue Services. He was also instrumental in modernizing the Kerala Police Force, providing it with modern vehicles as well as cutting-edge small arms and non-lethal weaponry. The government of Kerala reappointed him as the Managing Director of Kochi Metro on August 28, 2021. KMRL has a concrete vision for the iconic Metro Rail Corporation, which has set new standards in last-mile connectivity and commuter comfort. Sir, with utmost pleasure, I welcome you onto the dais.
Honorable Member of Parliament Sri Haibi Eden and all the dignitaries of the dais, friends. I'll tell you a small story which happened with me. I went to China for an official visit, and that was relating to actually the court. So we went to, the Attorney General was there, and we went to the Supreme Court of China. In the Supreme Court, when we reached there by about 12 o'clock, and the registrar said that we are really sorry that you can't actually meet any of the judges because this is exercise break. I said, all were very stunned. What exercise break is this? So very interestingly, we were told that the Honorable Lordships are doing cycling. So 12 to 1 o'clock, they do cycling. So Nagaraj will be very happy to actually being an avid cyclist. Why I am telling this particular thing is this. Then we asked how the Lordships come to the court. So most of them come by cycle. That time, I did not realize the importance of what is the cycling. I thought that this must be actually well-being of a person. I mean, it's a good exercise. But after joining the KMRL, I realized the importance of something we call a non-motorized transport. So everywhere in the urban transport scenario, Honorable MP will bear me out, this is the dictum which the parliamentary committee is also sending the signals all to everybody. Go to the actually non-motorized transport. And non-motorized transport will include cycling to pedestrian to now you can say electric vehicles. But as Srijit has already told you that electric vehicles has become actually a fashion statement. So everywhere actually if you are owning an electric vehicle, then you are actually showing it that I have got an electric vehicle, I am actually trying to help Mother Earth for this. For the other side of that, one day I asked a person, what happens to the battery when it actually conks up, it doesn't work? Where do you keep the battery there? Actually, I do not think there is a particular plan by anybody how to dispose the batteries. As you said, actually the total blackout, if every person, 1 crore vehicle in Kerala, if they are going to use the chargers in the night, what will happen to the power situation here? This is the question. So are we generating the actually electricity? Now the concept, the other day Mr. Nitin Gadkari was telling that the kind of things which has to come is that when the vehicle is actually moving on the road, it gets automatically charged from the road, like a metro. Metro actually, the electricity it takes from the side and it runs. As far as actually technology and actually this particular thing, there are a lot of things I can speak. I don't want to actually speak much because many of the experts are here. But what happens ultimately is the technology technology can be there. But how much of technology is appropriate? Number one. Number two, how much of technology people should use? And ultimately, the biggest technology is your brain. That particular thing, when I was the DG or I was in police headquarters, we are doing a lot of planning for accident prevention, accident reduction, this, that. But that 4,000 figure, 3,700 odd never changed, except during COVID. COVID, because the lockdowns, etc. were there, so it immediately came down to less than 2,000. Because people were not traveling. But the moment you travel on the road, that's it. When the Palakkad accident happened, apart from the emotional factors, sentimental factors, or the all kind of things, I was wondering whether there can be a system where there will be a sensor in the car or in the vehicle. So it will actually immediately, the bus which is coming from the back side or the front, it will stop. The sensor will stop the engine because you are coming very near to that. I was thinking just like that. This will come because you just see Mercedes-Benz. It's a very expensive car and all. You know why it is, apart from its actually spare parts, this, that, whatever is done, it has a lot of features to prevent an accident. It actually warns you that it is that. But cost and other things prohibit probably the smaller cars to have those kind of technologies to be embedded into the car. Now whether it is a navigational technology or the GPS or whatever you say about technology, this technology will be there in the transport. Transport itself is technology. So therefore, what type of technology can be used and what type of thing will be appropriate, mindlessly just using the technology will not serve any purpose. As I said, the most indomitable thing is the human mind. You have all the technology, but you don't have that right attitude, then the accidents will take place. Even if you have all kind of things, okay, you can reduce the probability of reducing the accident. What is actually I am talking about coming to the KMRL or things. Every time we also think how new technology can be brought in and what will be the ease of using the technology. For example, we have put a deadline on ourselves. Axis Bank, Sinha Sahab is here, Sachin is here. We are working overtime to see that no ticket from the month of January will probably issue in a paper form. It will be all digital. And so that it will also actually be paper, actually disposal of papers, the tickets also is a issue for us. Similarly, we are also thinking in the phase 2, what type of new technology can be brought in into this system so that our people can complete the project quickly. We have put a timeline on us that in 24 months we will run the train in the second page. It's a tall order, I know. My director project is here, very experienced person. He will bear me out. We are thinking how to do it. And we have to do it. That's what as I said, I probably have a little type of stubbornness in me saying that if a thing is being thought of, it has to be done. So, what type of technology will bring in construction? What type of technology will bring in the trains so that everything goes in perfect order? Now, in 2 days, sir, I am just bringing it to your notice and to Nagaraju and other, Axis Bank of course, that we are going to give high-speed internet to inside the trains. So anybody can, if he is traveling for 30-40 minutes, he can work by sitting in the train. So I have experimented this one with 4 youngsters and it was successful. 23 of our 25 trains have been now fitted. We are going to launch this next week. That will actually ease of travel because the person did not have to see only WhatsApp. He can work sitting there in a corner, or actually like the office is actually brought to the metro train. These are very small things. Yesterday when we were discussing, I was telling that, look, people are talking about driverless metro trains. So, which is actually a reality many of the countries are having. Probably in one way, it may be only to show that we achieved a thing that driverless metro. But probably in our country when we have employment issues and other things, it is better to actually engage our people also to this kind of work. But otherwise, what I say that we can put robots inside the train to run the train. And he can actually do that. All these things can be done. Lastly, I just wanted to say one thing to all the experts here. Ultimately, your mind, your brain is important. Nothing can beat that particular thing. No technology can beat. We are doing a lot of work with Rajagiri's, institutes. When I was in police commissioner, that time onwards I am associated with this particular great institution. Now we are doing some data analytics. The first phase is over. The second phase, I am just announcing. We have brought that order to be handed over to Father Jason. So we will be knowing a predictive analysis that tomorrow what will be the number of passengers who will be most possibly commuting. We are putting actually a lot of parameters like the day, the festivities, the incidents. You know, yesterday this ISL, this football match, I was thinking that it will touch 80,000. But we actually reached 1,14,000 or something like that yesterday. So the unpredictability factor is always there. But this predictive analysis actually gives us how many trains have to run, how many drivers have to be engaged, and what time will reduce the number, what time will increase the number. So Father, I am happy to tell you that the second page thing will be done by you, and we are actually expecting good results on that. So that is the part. Then everybody talks to me about water metro. Well, water metro is full of technology. It is, I would actually say, the game changer in the Cochin scenario will be the water metro. I want to see one day, if I am alive, that Kochi people don't use their own cars. They come by public transport. Yesterday when I was talking to somebody in the TFL, the TFL is the Transport for London. See, that city is the #1 city for integrated intermodal transport. What Hyveiden told now Istanbul, he bought a card and he can travel. That started long back in London. Anywhere you can actually buy a day pass, you can travel in any mode of transport, including water, everything. That we are definitely going to bring here. That's no doubt. Now, Axis Bank has given the integration, one particular thing, for you can travel in water metro, you can travel in the metro. Now we are actually making the auto rickshaws. We are putting around 75 auto rickshaw electric autos with a geo-fenced particular mechanism, with again an integration like that. Because the technology has made it very simple. These are not great technologies, very simple technologies based in a mobile phone. We'll bring those things to actually ensure that the ease of life, ease of transport, ease of anything related to that will be there. We planned a lot of things for over the period of time for the next 1 year or 2 years, and I'm sure that this technology will make them easy for us to actually to implement those kind of aspirations which you have envisaged. Lastly, I thank actually the RSET, the Rajagiri Science and Engineering Technology College and the Rajagiri Institutes. I am grateful to them for actually organizing this. I'm thankful to Biswajit and his team. I'm thankful to all the dignitaries who came with a short notice. We could not actually, because of certain engagement, preoccupations, we could not devote much time into this, much of the thoughts about this transport summit. On November 4th, 5th, 6th, the Urban Mobility India Conference will be held in Kochi. This is one of the largest conferences on transport and urban development. We are expecting the Honorable Prime Minister to be here on that. And this is what actually is right now. At the end, sir, I'll tell you a very interesting thing which I started. Yesterday I told this thing to some of my junior executives. Some time back, Mr. Pramod Mahajan and myself, we traveled to US. He was that time the IT minister. I was working in the CBI. On the way, actually, after seeing some of the technologies there, jokingly he told me a small story. And the lessons you imagine, I will not tell what is the actually takeaway from that story. The story is like this. A particular university, say Rajagiri, actually made a plane. The plane, they claimed, it is highly automated. It doesn't require even a pilot. It actually traces all kind of anti-collision, all kind of things are there. So the minister was called to see the plane. He went inside the plane and saw, very surprisingly, there is a huge dog sitting on the co-pilot seat. And the pilot is also there. Then he said, first the minister asked, who is this guy? He is the pilot. In case of anything to be done, he is there. He will not fly, he will be there. Okay. Then he said, and who is this dog? Now, why is this dog? He said, to keep the pilot awake. So then he said, okay. Then the minister was very interesting. Then he said that if the pilot has nothing to do with the plane, why the bloody pilot is here? To feed the dog. So Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's move on to one of the most important programs of today. Now we have the release of KMRL project, phase 2, executed by RSIT. I would like to invite the principal, vice principal of RSIT and director of KMRL onto this stage.
Launching of Digital Summit Souvenir. Medalytics has come out with a digital edition of Summit Souvenir for the Gen Next Transport and Technology Summit with articles, features on Gaiti Shakti, EV technology, smart mobility, knowledge papers and interviews of MD, Kochi Metro, MD, Bangalore Metro, along with leading mobility practitioners of the country. It carries the message of Honorable Minister of Road, Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, and MOS of IT and Skill Development. It can be accessed on Summit website, and a special link of the digital edition would be shared shortly with all the stakeholders. Okay. Now I invite the group editor, Bishwajit Sahu of Medalytics, to deliver. For the felicitation, apologies. I request our principal to hand over the memento to Haibe Eden, sir. Sir, I request you to kindly stay. Yes. I request a principal of RSET to hand over the memento. Thank you, sir.
Next, we have the address by the guest of honor, Sri Nagaraju Chakilam, IPS, IG, Commissioner of Police, Kochi City. Sir has 17 years of experience in law enforcement, investigation and human resource management, researched on accountability mechanisms in PPPs and social acceptance of corruption. He always focused on the menace of drugs and instilling safety and security among the public, especially vulnerable sections like women and children, through people-centric policing as his immediate priorities. 2003 Kerala Cadre Officer, Mr. Nagaraju did his MPhil in Criminology from Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. He had also served in the Central Bureau of Investigation for over 5 years in Mumbai, where he headed the Anti-Corruption Branch and Bank Fraud Investigation Branch. He had also served as a Superintendent of Police, Alappuzha, and Deputy Police Commissioner, Thiruvananthapuram City. We invite you onto the stage, sir.
Respected Loknath Behra sir, respected Professor Dr. Srijit, Sri Prashant Sinha, Senior Vice President, Axis Bank, other dignitaries in absentia, Father Jason Paul, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank RSET and Medialytics for inviting me to this August gathering and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the summit. Being a police officer and an enforcer of law, we day in and day out we deal with human behavior. One of the outcomes I want from this summit, I would request from you all too, is to remember about how human behavior is going to affect all our planning, all our technology solutions, all our infrastructure solutions. If we make human behavior the center of all our planning and implementation, then things will fall in place. Because we see day in and day out, we always try to mold human behavior as enforcers. We want people to take a lane. We want people to keep the free left lane. We want people to stop at the stop line. We want pedestrians to use only the zebra crossing. These are the behaviors we want to mold or we want to enforce. But what we notice is if the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure or the technology infrastructure is supportive of the enforcement, our life becomes easy. If you ask the policeman standing at the junction, if the red light is not working or if the zebra crossing is not at the appropriate place, how difficult it is for him to enforce that law. So whether it is a legal prescription or a behavioral prescription, transport infrastructure plays a major role. First, I'll give you a good example of how an infrastructure should be. Our own KMRL, our Kochi Metro. I call it our Kochi Metro now because I travel in Kochi Metro. Sir knows it. Whenever I travel, I send him a photograph. KMRL is a very good example of how infrastructure facilitates law enforcement, infrastructure molds human behavior. We all know Metro Act. I said this in an earlier gathering also. Metro Act says Metro has the right of way. Now if I say I have the right of way and I build the tracks on the road, can I enforce it? No. There will be 100 accidents per day. Just like we see in the railways and every day we see accidents. But Metro has made it structurally possible. You raise the pillars. You made the right of way into a structural possibility. Now you have the right based on the structure itself. And secondly, the human behavior. When a person enters into the ecosystem of Metro, his behavior is automatically guided. He cannot exit without complying. He has to comply. He has to buy a ticket. He has to buy a Kochi One card. His behavior is monitored at every corner. Safety is also inbuilt. What they say, human behavior, if you can make the human behavior convenient, they will follow it. If you make it inconvenient, they will not follow it. So, when we are trying to form technology solutions or infrastructural solutions, we have to make it convenient to people. More, if it is better, it's better if we make it pleasurable. Like Sir said, we are trying to give internet, high-speed internet. So that's an added thing. Why do people go to Lulu Mall? Because it is pleasurable to shop in Lulu Mall. Why am I not going to any other small traditional mall? It's not giving me that pleasure. So we should always keep human behavior like this. If you make it convenient, if you make it pleasurable, people will definitely follow. Secondly, human behavior is also like flow of water. People will take the least path of resistance. So if you structurally facilitate this, technologically facilitate this, they will follow the path. Now I'll give you a bad example, or a bad example usually, our road transport infrastructure when we see. Our footpath structures, our parking areas. I have a huge complex here and there is a huge footfall of people here and I need parking area there and there is no parking area. There is no infrastructure for parking. And Tottadta, next to it, there is a bank who have created their own parking area, let us say. And people would like to park in front of the bank. And bank wants to enforce that nobody should park except my customers. it's difficult to enforce, isn't it? So make it convenient for people. So if, second example, now a certain road is very narrow and the road is regularly being used by big vehicles and small vehicles. Now I want a footpath also there because there are various stakeholders. You have to facilitate all stakeholders. Now once I build a footpath, I cannot allow big vehicles there, but there are huge bus stands inside. Buses have to go. Now Indians, we are good at jugaad. What we do? I incline the footpath so that the tire can get onto the footpath and get down from the footpath. Now another stakeholder whom we have not involved in the planning stage, he will think, okay, there is an incline in the footpath. That means I can take my vehicle onto the footpath. He will go and park the vehicle on the footpath. Now for the enforcer, it's a hell. Now pedestrian cannot walk because there is a vehicle. The bus cannot walk because it will hit the bike. So, as indicated earlier, when I studied one of my thesis was on stakeholder involvement. We have to involve stakeholders at the planning stage itself. For all our things, we are all experts in our respective fields, but we have to involve stakeholders during our planning stage and also at the implementation stage, because what all we plan at the implementation, it becomes highly necessary to mold certain of your planning, some of your plans. So at both stages we should involve stakeholders. I'll quickly conclude with one of my models I created. I call it target, stakeholder involvement I have devised a model. It is called target ripple effect model. Like being in police, we always thinking of weapons and guns and targets. So a gun target is usually circular. It has a inner circle, which is a bull's eye. We have outer, we have a magpie, and we have concentric circles. We try to hit the bull's eye. So just imagine your stakeholders like these concentric circles. The core stakeholders for every project of yours, just list out your core stakeholders, and then the outer stakeholders, and then the peripheral stakeholders. Like that, if you can identify, list out all your stakeholders and target the core stakeholders and implement your project, your project will be a success. Because what we have noticed, I had studied one Trivandrum-based road project for my IIM Bangalore thesis. The ILNFS was the implementing agency. They had done it so beautifully just by targeting the local people. There were the core users, local people, local shopkeepers, residential associations, banks on the route. They engaged them so well that they never went wrong anywhere in their implementation or planning stage. This involvement of stakeholders created a lot of accountability for the project managers, and it brought about a lot of transparency in the project implementation. Thirdly, it created a ripple effect amongst all the other stakeholders. That's what I call a ripple. If you target the core stakeholders, involve them well, the outer and peripheral stakeholders will also be convinced about your project outcomes. They will support your project. Most of our problems is because we don't involve them, and now I want to build a road straight, but that particular stakeholder will not give his land, then I'll twist my road. And there will be 100 accidents there in every year. That is a black spot. Because we did not involve him or consider him at the planning stage. So whether it is a technology or infrastructure, we have to keep these human behavior and stakeholder in our mind. So with these brief words, I end my talk. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon the Senior Vice President, Sri Prashant Sinha, Axis Bank, for their addressal. Mr. Prashant Sinha has more than 17 years of experience in the banking industry. He has been with the Citibank for more than 15 years across various divisions, ranging from heading regional sales to heading payment products. He has an eye for detail and has always had customer satisfaction in his forefront. Currently, Mr. Prashant Sinha is the head product for credit cards, debit cards, prepaid and transit cards. He also superheads the Access Loyalty Program. We please invite you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome. I would first like to start with a thanks and gratitude to the organizers, the host partner, KMRL, and all the other partners who made this happen. It looks like a very exciting forum. The tone is already set by some of our distinguished speakers, Behraji, for example, Nagarajuji. What I would like to say here is slightly different from the subject matter of what other distinguished speakers have said, because safety security is not my subject matter. However, before that, I would just like to take a step back and just observe as to how transport and mobility in this country has progressed, the transformation. It's an amazing transformation that's happening, right? And particularly metro is one which is at the forefront of it, right? Now, if we look at the last 7-8 years, from where we were 5 cities having metro to now almost 18 cities, 248 kilometers, now it's almost at 733 kilometers. The 2025 vision is to go to 25 cities, almost 1700 kilometers. And one of the prime examples of this is our partnership with Kochi Metro. Kochi Metro is at the forefront of transforming how common citizens' daily commuting and travel needs is being met in a very different way, in a very integrated manner. And a couple of distinguished speakers on the dais made this point as to how you have one card or one payment instrument and you access all types of transportation. It obviously makes it very easy for common citizens. It helps tourism also, right? And that's where I would like to bring in this topic in this entire ecosystem of travel and mobility, while safety, security, emerging new ways, integration. One of the enablers and one of the important things is as to how does the customer pay for their daily commute needs, right? How is it so simple? How is it convenient? One of the examples of this is essentially, let's take our Axis Bank Kochi One Metro card, right, which is in partnership with Kochi Metro. Right? Now, it's one of the examples of simplicity and integration, because it's not a card which is separate for bus, separate for metro, or the card is just for transportation, right? So, like how any other payment instrument, customer can meet their daily needs along with transportation. So it's one composite package, right? It started in 2017 and it provides a whole host of benefits to customers. There are rewards, there are incentives, because it's very important in the digital payments that the end consumer is engaged. There are reasons for the end consumer to continually use the card. I'm told it is now catering to almost 1 lakh people on a daily basis, which is a significant number. And now with the exciting Water Metro launch, which is very shortly going to happen, I think the new frontiers will keep coming, right? And simplicity, convenience to the end user, and integrated approach. I think these are the key points that as a consumer, for example, I would look, right? And of course, as a bank partner to Kochi Metro, we are committed to that. Now, I would just take a step back and think, for example, let's say in my student days, when I was in the city of Mumbai, there was a bus, there was a local train, there was a pass for a local train, there was a separate bus ticket, right? That's 20 years back. Today, if we look at Kochi Metro and the card and the QR innovation and how interoperable it is across different media, right? I think it's just a fascinating story. it's just an important destination, it's just an important milestone, it's not a destination. There are many such milestones that are going to come, and particularly with the Cochin Metro partnership, right? One of the things to highlight here again is, the Cochin Metro app that's recently got launched. It has QR functionality. The tickets are on QR, and it's done in partnership with our network partner, RuPay. Now, this is our country's first, and again, it's an innovation, so one should be proud of it. The Cochin Metro app will allow customers to view their statements, their transactions, block cards, various other things, right? So it's essentially marrying technology for payments, trying to solve a need for mobility and commuting essentially, right? Some of the specific offers which I spoke of, for example, are very prestigious. An important offer on Easy Diner, which provides fabulous discounts across restaurants in the country. I think it's opened up for our Cochin Metro card. So essentially it gives back to the customers, right? The rewards and incentives are very important for all customers to use digital payments. Now we are also looking at ONDC. That's an exciting one. We have our ears open to that. All I would say is that I'm looking forward to the discussions, to look forward to insights, so that as a bank, as a payment partner, we can continue to gain insights, look at this and use as to how do we help this integrated and interoperable approach of simple and convenient commute and transport. So I wish all the participants the very best, and again a very warm welcome, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon the principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology for his address, sir. Dr. P.S. Srijit. He completed his BSc Mechanical Engineering from University of Kerala, his MTech from IIT Kanpur, and PhD from IIT Madras. Subsequently, he was a postdoctoral fellow at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore in an area of precision engineering and nanotechnology. He briefly worked in the industry prior to joining academia. During his tenure with the Cochin University of Science and Technology, where he has been a professor since 2006, he served as the principal of the College of Engineering, Kuttanad, and School of Engineering, Kisat. He also served as a syndicate member of Kisat. He has published widely in international journals, has presented conference papers around the globe, and is a reviewer for international journals and publishing houses. As a research supervisor, Dr. Srijit has successfully guided 10 PhD scholars. Currently, 6 scholars are pursuing their PhD under his guidance. He is also the principal investigator for several research projects under AICTE, UGC, DST, and CDB. Sir, I welcome you onto the dais.
Respected Sri Loknath Bera, MD of Cochin Metro, Sri Nagaraju IPS, Police Commissioner, Sri Prashant Sinha, Reverend Father Dr. Jason Mularigal, Vice Principal of our school, dignitaries of the dais, participants, faculty members, and dear students. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here during the inaugural session of the Next Generation Transportation Technology. At the outset, I would thank the MD of Cochin Metro as well as other officials of Cochin Metro for sanctioning the second phase of the project to our school, and the project is going to be performed under the leadership of our Vice Principal, Reverend Father Dr. Jason Mularikal. And regarding the history of the transportation system, if I talk, initially it has been the intention of human to travel fast as well as at their convenience. As a result of which initially they were using that of the animals and then invented the wheel. Then there were carts, wagons, and steam power has been invented during the Industrial Revolution during 1760, and then came the internal combustion engines, and now we are having autonomous cars and electric cars. Many of the things which we have read in fiction as well as seen in English films are coming to that of a reality. And the three things which is essentially required as far as a transportation system is concerned are: one, smarter source of energy; two, will be the transportation modes; and the third one will be physical and technological infrastructure for these different innovative modes of transportation. And the transportation system will take us to the skies during the next generation. And already we have these drones, and now there is autonomous aerial vehicles which has already been successfully tested. And the autonomous aerial vehicles, AAVs they are called, they will be able to transport people as well as cargo from one place to another. And another advantage of this will be they can be called as VTOL systems, in the sense means vertical takeoff and landing systems, as a result of which they will be able to transport people or cargo from that of our congested roads, and they don't require that of a runway, because they will be taking off vertically and also will be with a minimal aerial distance. And also there is hover bikes which will be similar to that of bikes. Again, they may not be requiring any runways or anything of that sort. And these autonomous cars have already came into existence in cities like Los Angeles, etc. in USA. And what I have read, or what I think, is that there will not be the number of people owning the cars will reduce, especially in countries like Canada. Now it is the case. The number of people who will be owning the cars are becoming less, because these driverless cars or autonomous cars will be quite cheaper compared with that of investing for a vehicle. So that is another development which also will be coming, and we hope that also will be coming into our country also. Then again, you would have heard about these hover loops, which is a new invention. It can be called by this Elon Musk in 2012, and now there is a company in Los Angeles, Virgin Hoverloop, Hyperloop it is called, so that people will be able to travel through capsules through a tube, and the tube will be having a lower pressure, or sometimes it can be a vacuum, by means of which the friction can be avoided to a large extent, and thereby people will be able to travel within half an hour, and the speed will be very high, in the sense means minimum 600 miles per hour or 1000 kilometers per hour. It will be designed to travel from cities to cities, to different countries, as well as even between that of the different continents. And I hope and I understand that these are the new developments which will be coming in the next generation. And I wish such things will be discussed in this meeting, and hope and I wish success to this Next Generation Transport Technology Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we would like to present the mementos. First, I would like to invite a principal of ASIT to present the memento to Mr. Loknath Behra as a token of gratitude. Now, I would like to invite a VP of ASIT to present the memento to Mr. Nagaraju Chakalam, IPS.
Thank you. Kindly be seated. The summit is happy to award GoEC Autotech Private Limited on the category of Best EV Supercharging Stations, Aggregate of the Year. For this, we invite Mr. Panikar from GoEC Autotech to receive the award, and I request our dignitary to hand over the award. Mr. Loknath Behra, sir, I request you to hand over the award. Thank you, dignitaries. Now, I would like to call upon Group Editor Biswajit Saho of Medalytics to deliver the vote of thanks. I would like to call upon Biswajit Saho to felicitate the guests. Firstly, I call upon Mr. Behra. Mr. Prasant Sinha. Shri Nagaraju sir. And our Vice Principal. And to our beloved Principal. Mr. Biswajit Saho, Group Editor and CEO of Medalytics Digital Convergence, is a social entrepreneur and management and communication professional with extensive experience in project management, content management, and knowledge management. He has worked almost 18 years in the field of creative media communication with special expertise in digital communications, media management, new media initiatives, and organizing curated knowledge sessions. He has worked directly with several reputed organizations like World Bank, JICA, Ernst & Young, NSDC, Ministry of Environment and Forests, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Jharkhand, and Government of Odisha in different capacities. With utmost respect, I welcome you onto the stage, sir.
Namaskar, and this is almost good afternoon now. On behalf of GenX Transport and Technology Summit 2022 and Medalytics Digital Convergence, the new age governance digital tech startup enterprise, I express my sincere gratitude and to the dignitaries present over here. Our most sincere thanks to Sri Hebe Eden, Honorable MP Ernakulam, and the Member Parliamentary Standing Committee on Housing and Urban Affairs, who kindly consented to be the guest of honor with us today. His gracious presence and words will always motivate us to set new examples and excellence in education of this kind of knowledge-based programs in future. Sincere thanks to Sri S. Srijit sir, the Transport Commissioner, Government of Kerala, who despite of his extremely busy schedule consented to be the keynote speaker today at this Transport and Technology Summit. Sincere thanks to Father Dr. Jose Courier, Director RSET, who also despite of his prior commitment made it to the summit and joined as a guest of honor in the inaugural session. Our sincere thanks to Nagaraju sir, the Commissioner Police and IG of Kochi City, joining this summit and inspiring all the audience with his wise words on mobility and real-time solutions for evolving challenges from his own experiences and from his own research backgrounds on the transportation sector as a guest of honor today. Our sincere thanks to Mr. Prashant Sinha, Senior Vice President Cards of Axis Bank, who also despite of his prior commitment and busy schedule joined this summit as special guest and deliberated in the inaugural session. We are really grateful to Sri Loknath Behra sir, the Managing Director of Kochi Metro Rail Limited and the Program Chair of this summit, who consented to be the Program Chair of this summit and our mentor since last couple of months, despite of his busy schedule and commitment in public services. He made it a point that he continues to guide us for the summit and Medalytics in particular in presenting the best practitioners and to the forum for the deliberations. Sir has been our pillar of strength and in carrying innovations in the GenX Transport and Technology Summit. Your guidance will continue to inspire us to come out with more such innovations and impactful knowledge-based sharing programs in future, sir. Our sincere thanks to Father Jason Paul Molecular, the Vice Principal of RSET, who has been the program mentor and our partner in executing this innovative summit. Thank you, Father, for being the friend, philosopher, and guide to Medalytics Digital Convergence in coordinating and organizing the summit and sticking to the tail end of the summit despite of your overseas travel plan. We are very thankful indeed for providing a strong support and encouragement to us. We are also thankful to the principal of RSET for making it to the summit and guiding everybody and also making this forum very enriching. The able and dynamic leadership of Team Kochi Metro and Team RSET has really infused new energy and drive in executing the summit. Our sincere thanks to KMRL team for hosting the summit and RSET for extending all the facilities for organizing the summit of the scale, and Axis Bank team for supporting us partner in the summit. On behalf of Medalytics, I thank you all to the core members of Kochi Metro, RSET and Axis Bank. I also take this opportunity to thank other distinguished dignitaries like Mr. Ratish from BMRC and Professor Ashish Verma of IST Lab of ISC Bangalore and many other speakers present here today. I must also thank the representative of Cochin Smart City, Cochin Port Trust, Cochin Seapad Limited, CMTA and other esteemed mobility practitioners who graced the summit as key speakers and panelists. Finally, my sincere thanks to the audience and the esteemed media for covering this event. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Without all your support, this event would not have been possible. And for that, we wholeheartedly thank you all. I also want to thank everyone for attending this conference. It not only shows your interest, but also that you all have understood the importance of this conference. On this note, we will be having a short tea break. Thank you all.
We are now starting with the first technical presentation. The program is Decoding Transformation Landscape of Indian Transport Ecosystem. I would like to invite the following guests onto the stage. Shri Prasad Unikrishnan, Partner and COO, KPMG in India. Professor Ashish Verma, TSE and Convener, IST Lab, IISc, Bangalore. Sri Raman Goel, AGM, Operation Delhi Metro, Rail Corporation. Sri Ratish Thomas, DGM, BMRCL. Sri Shivakumar A, GM, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Ms. Christy Cherian and GIZ, India. Welcome you. We are now starting with the first technical session, Decoding Transforming Landscape of Indian Transport Ecosystem. I would like to invite the following dignitaries onto the dais. Sri Prasad Unikrishnan, Partner and COO, KPMG in India. Professor Ashish Verma, TSE and Convener, IST Lab, IISc, Bangalore. Sri Raman Goel, AGM, Operation Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Sri Ratish Thomas, DGM, BMRCL. Sri Shivakumar A, GM, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Ms. Christy Cherian and GIZ, India.
Mr. Raman Goel of Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. We can start with the presentation of Professor Ashish Verma.
Very good afternoon. The session was to be in morning, but it's starting in afternoon. Better late than never. First of all, thanks to the organizers, the Rajgiri School of Engineering and Technology, as well as KMRL and Medalix. And special thanks to Professor Jason Paul and Vishwajit, who has been really assisting me, while I have been thinking of coming for this conference, and many thanks for this invitation. I think the inaugural session was quite interesting. So many experiences were shared and thoughts were shared. A lot of enlightenment has happened in that session. Keeping the theme of this specific session, I thought let's talk about how the transportation engineering, the approaches in transportation engineering has been changing towards sustainable development, and where you see a shift in the approaches to solve core transportation issues from supply-centric solutions to more demand-centric solutions. So that's what I'll try to focus and explain what is this change happening and why. And of course, when we do that, you have to think about the sustainable urban mobility, which can make also cities more livable, in the post-COVID-19 world. There's a lot of lessons that we can learn from the COVID situation, and how COVID actually had impacted the transport system, and how transport system actually impacted the COVID scenario. Right lessons that we can learn from the COVID scenario would be interesting to see what could be our future of sustainable urban mobility and how we can make our Indian cities more livable. When we think about that, we should always take a recap. I'm not throwing, statistics to back these claims, but, we all know how the pre-COVID situation was. In most of the Indian cities, we have been seeing extreme growth in traffic congestion, also growth in accidents. I think a lot has been talked about road accidents today in morning also, in the light of the recent Palakkad road accident, and in fact today early morning a similar severe accident has happened in Maharashtra also. And so those statistics had been increasing. In fact, we usually are looking at least 400 deaths per day on Indian roads, and these statistics are much higher than on an average the number of deaths we have been seeing due to COVID per day. Even if you see today in the recent time, what is the number of deaths happening due to COVID in the country, it's much lesser than the number of deaths that we have on Indian roads due to road accidents. So it's actually a issue of epidemic proportion already in the country. It's a major health hazard, and I've been telling this at any platform that I get chance, that government across central or state government should declare road accidents as a major health hazard of epidemic level and deal it with accordingly. I think that's where we need to start. The same level of seriousness that we have shown for dealing with COVID pandemic, we have to show it for the road accident epidemic. And human behavior, as the commissioner was pointing out in the morning, is a key element, and lot can be done to improve the human element in transport system. I particularly feel that the driver licensing process and the system of driver licensing and the roadworthiness of vehicles, a lot more can happen, a lot more can improve in terms of our system in the country, where we can focus. Anyway, growing environmental problems, we have been seeing degrading air quality in terms of ambient levels of air pollutants. Climate change impact, Kerala has seen the brunt of climate change impact in terms of extreme flooding situations, negative health impacts, and overall degradation in livability of cities. If you look at most livable cities in the world, our Indian cities come nowhere, anywhere in the top list. Whereas if you look at the most traffic congested cities, there are at least 3 Indian cities which figure in the top 10 in TomTom traffic index. Bangalore is one of them. So what we have been seeing over last few decades is this vicious circle of traffic congestion that our Indian cities are trapped in. And it all started in early 1990s with the economic reforms and this whole increase in the income of the large middle class in the country. A natural reflection of that was the exponential increase in the car ownership. And with that increase in the car ownership, suddenly we realized that our Indian roads are very narrow and they are not sufficient for so many cars to handle. And we realized that there is more congestion and delay happening. And that's how the vicious circle actually starts. And what we have seen is to reflect to the aspiring needs of the large middle class which can own and use a car, the elected representatives would think about adding more and more infrastructure of roads, widening roads, adding more road space to accommodate these ever-growing and ever-increasing number of personal vehicles. And by doing so, due to the public pressure, we add these new road capacities, which makes again the movement by the personal vehicles easier and faster, like cars, and which is then has led to more urban sprawls. in many of the cities. So, you will see how our cities were smaller earlier, but because of this road infrastructure based growth, we have also led to huge sprawl of our cities, which then again leads to increase in the number of trips as well as the average trip length for which people have to travel for their daily activities, which again brings back the traffic congestion back to the square one. And this is what we have been seeing for last 2 decades with the road infrastructure interventions in most of the Indian cities. We have not been able to solve traffic problem, rather we have only congested our cities more. This has not helped. And that's why when we talk about public transport becomes an important element of how we can tackle and help our cities to come out of this vicious circle of congestion. So to cut out of this vicious circle, we have to bring also policies to discourage car ownership. So while you infuse infrastructure of public transport, you need to have parallel intervention to disincentivize personal mobility vehicles and its usage, either through policies to discourage ownership or through policies to discourage the usage of cars. We did an interesting test bed in Bengaluru during the COVID time for 5 months, where one of the busy streets called Church Street was pedestrianized. This is actually next to the MG Road metro station for 5 months, and my research lab did the whole impact assessment in collaboration with the government of Karnataka, Directorate of Urban Land Transport. One of the impact assessment was how it improves the ridership of the metro, since we had the metro station next to the Church Street, and we saw during this 5 months of pedestrianization of the Church Street, the ridership in the metro on the MG Road metro station actually grew by more than 100%. So, one of the strategy that you have to keep thinking is when we want to bring more people to metro, think about pedestrianization as a tool, as a handle around the station, zones where by restricting the personal vehicles, into those areas, you can actually push more people to use public transport to travel to those places. This is, an interesting outcome that we had from that test bed. Likewise, of course, we have to still infuse more infrastructure for sustainable modes. Bhairaji talked about the China example where a lot of people travel by cycle. Now, one of the policy initiatives they have done is if you go to Beijing or Shanghai, every road has got a cycle lane. Every road has got a cycle lane. So that's one of the way you make cycling safer and make it easier for people to use it. So you need to infuse more infrastructure for these sustainable modes, provide priority for the movement. Of course, metro gets its priority by its own, since it has its exclusive right of way. But what about public buses? How do you, rationalize the space that you allocate, the right of way space on the road that you allocate among different modes is something we have to rethink. So these are some of the ways. Mixed land use strategies, how do you, reduce the distances for which people have to travel. By that, you can make it more easy for people to use public transport or NMT modes. So these are some of the ways in which one can cut out of this vicious circle of congestion. So what I would say is, we have moved away from this, traditional volume to capacity ratio approach, where, you would try to estimate what is the capacity of the road, what is the volume on the road, and then try to increase the capacity by either widening the road, adding more road, adding flyover space, underpasses, etc. This has not helped neither in solving the core transportation problems, but also making it sustainable. So what we need as a shift is to look at reducing the total vehicle kilometers traveled by all motorized modes, and thereby you would reduce the dependence on fossil fuel as well as reduce the emissions, tailpipe emissions coming out of it. And that's where this whole story is, how much public transport should take the load of trips and NMT mode should take the load of the trips. Eventually, these interventions should make the cities more livable. The development goal should be very clear. Even when we think about the transport interventions, that it is the livability that we are trying to improve across the city. I must say it would be much more challenging in the post-COVID world, because during the COVID times we have seen a huge affinity towards personal mobility modes and ownership of personal mobility modes. So to reverse that, bring people to public transport would be a challenge going further. So as I said, we have to focus on how transport impacts quality of life, and we have been doing a lot of research on connecting the dots and understanding how transport has impact on these four broad dimensions of quality of life, whether it is social well-being, mental well-being, economic well-being, physical well-being, and how mobility and provisions of mobility connects to it. So this should be a clear understanding and focus while we evaluate our transport interventions in terms of livability and quality of life. So these are 9 core principles that I want to highlight, which would really help us achieve that sustainable mobility goal. One is to reduce the distance, reduce the need for travel, and we have seen this by say using online modes for shopping or even occasional working from home or distance education and so on. We can reduce the need for travel. Second is to reduce the distances for travel by bringing the workplaces or education closer to where people live through mixed land use strategies, ensure equal access to all, infuse more infrastructure for sustainable modes, assign correct priority of movement and right of way allocation, which should be from NMT to public transport and then to personal mobility, ensure seamless, safe travel experience with sustainable modes, and incentivize its higher usage. One of the way to bring more people to public transport and this is where the technology can also come in picture, is can we track the miles traveled by people on public transport, on walking and cycling, and incentivize just like how we have credit card points on using credit card or frequent flyer points when we fly every time. Can we introduce incentivization mechanism using technology to incentivize people? This would also bring more people to public transport and sustainable modes, walking and cycling. Discourage all types of high polluting and high space occupying vehicles per unit of person carried. Now when you widen a road and allow it for normal traffic, you are actually creating a low capacity, low person capacity or passenger capacity system. That's not the right way to look at the optimum utilization of extra capacity being created. So you have to really see vehicles or modes which consume more space to carry one passenger and also emit more per passenger it carries should be discouraged clearly. This should be the clear principle. And also promoting cleaner vehicle technology and fuel for all vehicle categories. And last but not the least, improve the disaster resiliency of transport system. We have seen from COVID example also, we have seen from flooding situations in our cities that how weak our transportation system is in terms of its resiliency. Moving away from road infrastructure based measure as a tool to solve these transportation problems. And what we should really see is India is really at a interesting phase where if you look at this graph, on x-axis we are talking about the GDP per capita of different countries, and on y-axis we have cars per thousand population. Now historically we have seen in the developed economies like US, Australia, Germany or Japan that they have followed a S-curve of car ownership growth. When these countries have grown economically in terms of GDP per capita, India is hardly at $2,000 US dollars GDP per capita, whereas US is almost at 60,000 GDP per capita in terms of US dollars. So when these countries have seen, this is the kind of S-curve that they have followed, and they saturate at somewhere around 700, 800 cars per thousand population. India is hardly at 20, 25 cars per thousand population today. Big cities like Bangalore or Delhi would be 200, 250 cars per thousand population. We are much below the saturation levels that have been observed in the rich countries. So if we are an aspiring economy and will grow on the x-axis, the challenge is can we saturate at a much lower level? And I would say we have both opportunity as well as challenge. Challenge is because when other countries have seen this kind of growth, how we can restrict our growth differently. Opportunity is because since we are still at a nascent level of personal mobility, the cars per thousand population, we can much easily achieve it rather than going all the way up to these saturation levels and then trying to trace back. So this is what we can keep in mind. So that's why I say that we have moved from this traditional supply-centric approach where you just talk about adding physical infrastructure, which we have seen is not sustainable because there is a limit to the land, to resources, to material, how much we are degrading the environment and climate. So the focus is all shifting towards more demand-centric approaches where the idea is to optimize the existing capacity, optimize how people can travel, and this is where traffic management, demand management, people's choices of choosing modes, needs to be influenced. And so we are shifting from this traditional engineering-based approach of V by C and going towards, more goal-oriented approaches, which is what we have been following in our IST lab, also taking a strong systems approach and looking at the causality of transport with quality of life, with climate change, tailpipe emissions, etc., etc. And a whole emergence of interdisciplinary approach in the way we solve the transportation problems, ranging across different disciplines that are now influencing how we can, bring solutions to transport and traffic, basically utilizing the expertise in all these areas that I mentioned here. Quickly talking about the public transport aspects, which is the focus. Of course, we know it, typically an intermodal trip using public transport from the origin to destination may comprise of a access mode or a first mile mode and a egress mode or a last mile mode. And then you will have in between the travel with public transport, switching between bus and metro and so on. The fact is, if you don't focus on the complete origin destination travel to attract the passenger, will still not be able to attract as many people as possible to using our MRTS systems like metro or light rail, metro light or the conventional metro system. So when you think about the first mile and last mile options and the cost of these first mile and last mile options, it has to be seen in totality of how much a passenger is paying using public transport from origin to destination, including for the first mile and last mile modes, and also the total travel time, and whether it is comparatively lesser than the person's own personal vehicle being used for the same origin destination. If traveling by public transport between this origin destination takes longer and it costs more, then why somebody will use public transport? So when you think about the first mile, last mile options, you have to keep this trade-off in mind, which is a classic consumer behavior that one would see from passenger trying to compare these mode options and then choosing what mode they will choose and which one is attractive for them. So the focus should be on optimizing the complete origin destination travel time as well as travel cost when you are thinking about attracting passengers to public transport, and which includes improving the interchange points, the physical integration aspects, the location of interchange point, how seamlessly you can transfer from the feeder mode to the MRTS mode and vice versa, or from one line to the other line of the MRTS system, its functionality, the quality of transfers, making ticketing user friendly. A lot has been talked about that, and even the passenger information, which should be, before the trip, in the vehicle, at interchange, and after the trip. You should not leave a passenger without information in any leg of the trip from the complete origin, the start, the origin point, till the final destination point. It should not be just restricted to how much we need to tell a passenger at the metro station or in the journey during public transport. But yeah, I'm almost done. But till the end, this is very key. And that's where a concept like, mobility as a service is being talked about, and we need to work on it. I'm sure if we can focus, we can leapfrog in how we can integrate different modes. And when we talk about MaaS, it's nothing but a user-centric intelligent mobility management and distribution system, which integrates and brings all mobility service providers and provides end user access to digital interface and seamless plan and pay for the mobility to make it understand better side, while you on supply side you have different mobility service providers, transport operators, and so on, and the demand side you have users. In between you will have a mass operator which can integrate both in terms of multimodal planner, real-time information, even online booking, payment and ticketing and so on. So for example, you may have a origin destination to travel with different options. The first option could be this one, second option could be this one, third option could be this one, and a mass could actually compare all these options in terms of not just travel time and travel cost, but also give a complete package of the trip, including payment, real-time data, integrated data, etc. So while in the present situation, you may have different mobility providers with different systems through which people pay for it. A metro will have different system for people to pay, or taxi will have, or micro mobility modes will have different. A mass platform would actually integrate all of them and bring them all together through a seamless experience. So I think this is where we need to move forward in terms of how public transport can leverage on technology and use it for improving the ridership and attraction towards using public transport. There are some examples of such mass platforms already in place in some cities. I'm not going to details of this. We still don't have any such platform in India. I think some corporations can really come forward and take the lead in this direction. With that, I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Burma, for your wise words. Now I invite Ms. Christy Cherian from GIZ India to quickly on her thoughts on this topic. Also, I invite Mr. Jatish Chandra Gopinathan from Cochin Shipyard Limited to join on board.
Respected dignitaries and all the speakers here, a very warm thanks to everybody for inviting me as a speaker. Before I go into, everybody will be thinking, what is GIZ? GIZ is German Development Corporation. We are working on various mobility initiatives as of now in 3 states in India and also with the national government on different initiatives of mobility improvement through innovative and digital solutions, as well as very promoting the use of non-motorized transport and public transport. So I don't need to go into the details. Professor Verma has already detailed out what is the need of public transport, what should be the digitalization approach, what should be our future. So I'll just like to pinpoint, I don't have a presentation, I'll just explain few statistics, particularly to Kochi and in the use of metro systems in Delhi, like how can we look forward and what is the need of public transport and what are the possible innovations or probably simple innovations that we can approach or try right away. The first thing I would like to say, when in 2015, when we prepared comprehensive mobility plan, Kochi city has about 21 lakh trips per day. Out of that 21 lakhs trips per day, almost 49% at that time was by public transport. At that time, we didn't have a metro. So that means about close to, I would say, 11 lakh trips were carried out by buses itself per day on that type. And considering that metro has come up and there is 1 lakh trips in metro, we still have a significant number of trips which are catered by buses and auto rickshaws and other modes of public transport systems which are operating. That is a very huge number. So we cannot neglect and plan for a new or public transport systems without considering the major mode, which is the buses. Obviously, metro is playing as a bigger role in one of the corridors, but we need to cater for the other solutions as well. The other important point is, I agree there are technological innovations which are happening in terms of modes and vehicles which are coming up, like electric vehicles are coming up, autonomous vehicles are coming up. But the point to consider is that the amount of road space these vehicles take compared to a diesel engine vehicle is almost same. So the more and more electric or autonomous vehicle that you add onto the road, what will be the future? You are not going to reduce the number of the space that the vehicles are going to take. So the congestion is not going to be removed. It's always the solution therefore lies in the public transport system or the NMT solution. So coming to the public transport, then the buses are the major mode of transport. Now focusing on the buses or the metro systems, as Professor Verma already explained, your trip starts from the origin, like from where you start, from the home, and from where you are ending the trip. For example, for me, it would be the office. So the moment I step out of my house to the moment I step inside my office, is it integrated? What is my what is my experience of using? For example, if I use a public transport system, I may have to walk to the bus stop or metro station and then take a metro or bus and then probably change to other mode. And if it is a bus, probably 2 or 3 routes I have to change and then reach the office. But as a passenger, am I experiencing a single journey experience? Like I have cut different sets of journeys and then I'm moving forward. So as an organization, as a public transport organization, everybody should, my urge is that we should strive towards providing single journey experience to users. When we did a survey in Delhi Metro, we have found out that 37% of the total journey cost is actually out of the metro. So that means only 60% of the cost is by metro and this 37% is taken by other vehicles or other modes. And almost 64% of the Delhi Metro users either access or egress using walk. That means we should have a conducive walking environment beyond the metro and the bus stations, and also a cost which is comparable and which is more integrated to those systems. So how can we provide that is also a question. And that comes to the integration perspectives. There are 7 different sets of integration. I'll start with few of them. So we should have a policy integration, like what is the overall approach of the government? What is our policy approach? In terms of policy, we as of now see different organizations providing the same services. So that's institutional integration. In terms of policy, like we say we strive to have a public transport mode share of 80% or 90%, but as a policy, are we integrating? Are we trying to increase the number? The second, in terms of institutional integration, and Kochi is one of the cities which has empowered a Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority through an act. But where are we reaching through an institutional integration? That's again a question. In terms of operational integration, like are our timetables integrated? We need to integrate the timetables of the buses, metro, railways. How are we planning to integrate our services for the future? And then last but not the least, in terms of physical integration, that how are we trying to bring in, integrate the metro stations, like when we say, for example, in Bangalore, when we did a survey, there is about more than 200 kilometers walk is there from the Bangalore Metro Majestic Station to the BMTC Majestic bus stand. That means a passenger has to get out and then get into the bus. Like he has to walk for 200 kilometers. Similarly, in Kallur, Kochi also, you need to get out of the metro station, then go to the Kallur bus station. So how are we physically integrating? So that is how we need to bring it. So these are the 4 key aspects of integration that I will bring. But I will and also the fare integration, which obviously Mr. Bear has already talked about. Now, coming to the future, I can put forward few examples of innovations in the integration sector, which has happened in Kerala itself by KSRTC. If you travel along different routes of KSRTC, you are able to take single ticket and travel. And it was not actually something which has done in terms of digital technology. Using simple ETM machines, they have attempted to do such small changes. So we can actually identify innovative solutions within small organizations which are not very cost intensive but can bring about the changes. So I would like to conclude by saying that we can always look for the solutions within ourselves, adopt innovations in the solutions considering passengers in mind, what would our passengers need, and then plan for the future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christie, for your valuable words. Now I invite Mr. Ritesh Thomas, DGM BMRCL, to offer his key takeaways.
the distinguished guests, and all the lovers of the new generation transport. So I am very thankful for inviting me for this summit. From Bangalore Metro, I would like to share our experiences in this area. So hopefully in the study which RSET is going to do, it will help. Some of the points might be relevant, but always we have very experienced people in KMRL. So already many of the points which I will be talking is already known and aware to them. But still, as the scenarios at Bangalore and Cochin is entirely different. We can do a little bit of customizations to the points and how it can suit our city and enhance the lives of people. So, first of all, the agenda which was given to me was the innovations which we have been doing in Bangalore Metro. So, we have been able to collect non-fare box revenue to the tune of 30.03 crore as license fee. This is one area which KMRL also would like to look into that. So something is coming from retail outlets, then ATMs which we are providing spaces for the banks to operate in our metro station premises. Then from advertisement, then parking lots. Advertisements, when we say it is inside the train as well as inside the perimeters of the stations also. And the piers and portals advertisements have been stopped because of the ruling from the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. Then other innovations what we are trying to do is electric vehicles charging stations. The state-of-the-art charging stations are being planned for the upcoming phase 2, phase 2A, 2B projects. The 2A, 2B projects are basically connecting the airport line. The electric charging stations for two-wheelers, three-wheelers and four-wheelers have been planned and 7 MOUs have been signed. The BMRCL Training Institute is one of the key area which is helping us. We have been training our own employees in many aspects. These are some of the trainings which we conduct. We also have trained employees from many other metro corporations, including Kochi Metro. This year we have conducted 19 people training for telecom training from the MMOCL. And we have kept our innovations with the relationship with the people is to the name of the company, like Nama Metro. It is our metro. We have kept it at an affordable fare structure. The minimum is 10 and the maximum is 60. And we have also introduced unlimited passes, day pass for rupees 200 for 3-day pass. These are helping the tourists or the people who would like to go in and around the city. And on all those card, 50 rupees is refundable. So there is a 50 rupees amount which has been kept as a deposit which is being refunded. And ticketing part, National Common Mobility Card, we are ready with that. It's only even our AFC gates, everything is ready. Only we are yet to launch it. It's a decision which has to be taken at a higher level. We are ready with mobile QR tickets. We have released our Nama Metro app. We are also tied up with Yatra and Paytm for this QR ready tickets. As a service, we are very friendly and connected with the people. So we give fast and pollution-free transportation with a very good ambience. The highlight of our service is we are punctual in our service. We have, the culture is such, we haven't observed much delay in our services. And we have always provided to the need of the people, extended hours of service in night, like whenever there is a social gathering, like the cricket match is happening, we are providing extended night services. Then cashless transactions for ticketing, we are providing POS, QR code based recharging, online recharging. Then emergency calling feature inside trains and lifts have been provided for the safety purpose. Metro train timings available at Google platform. This we have provided, like people can find out from the Google platform which is the nearest shortest way how we can travel, depending upon the congestion on the roads. This Google platform integration is helping us. Seamless metro connectivity at interchange stations. So we would like the people to have a good experience in their travel. So wherever interchange station, like in Bayapanhalli right now, we are having the northwest and the east-west, northeast, north-south and the east-west connected. So we are planning our train timings on the each lines to have a seamless integration for the passengers to change over from that particular station. Then additional trains are being provided for cricket matches, social rallies, flower shows. You know, Lal Bagh is having a yearly flower show program, so we are using that. So much international tourists are coming for that show. Then New Year Eve, because people would be out in the public places, we are providing this. Then we are very friendly with the differently abled people. Wheelchair service is available. Ramp access to the lifts at all entry and exit points have been ensured. Then lifts are having the braille key buttons, tactile path for visually challenged. Sign language training for our employees is one of the key areas which we are trying to improve. We have regular customer care experience training for our people who are in direct contact with the passengers. Then some of the green initiatives which we are doing in Bangalore is, you know, the implementation of a project. We are connecting the in and outskirts of the Bangalore. So a lot of trees have to be removed for a project and all. So we are doing trees transplantation. Almost 850 transplantations have happened, and almost 60,000 new plantations have been done. So this is very much important from the environment perspective, because after all these facilities are for the good health of our people. If it is damaging our environment, so we have to cater for that also. So some of the innovations in the information technology which is happening of late is we have our own software development team. That is very good highlight for us. We have almost 28 plus applications running. We have implemented these accounts codifications this year. Asset management is one key area which we have achieved. We have the public grievance system which we are in direct connect with the people, where we take the feedback of the people and we try and address whatever is possible. We even communicate to them personally if it is required by a telephonic call or on an email basis, whatever it is. MIS reporting, which helps the management to see and plan the things. Digital documents, because there are lots of project work which is happening all around Bangalore under different reaches. We have in the software development, we have catered for uploading of those photographs or documents and all those things. Then the attendance management system also is one key area which we have improved, because we have a lot of vendors and the people, our own staff who are deployed in the field. So we have this mobile apps which can get the geolocation of the people so that we are sure about the presence of the people are there while important casting or a pier concreting is happening. So these facts are helping us in this. These are very few I have been putting up across because the paucity of time. We have also introduced the snag monitoring system for a better experience. Then the property development accounting is one area which we have been focusing on. It has been separately monitored. The hardware part, we have introduced the hypercloud infrastructure. It is an on-premise data center, and these are going to host our in-house applications. The migrations, already the implementations are happening, and the migrations will happen in another 1 or 2 months. They are very scalable, and disaster recovery, automated backups, and this is a Making in India initiative. IT operations automation platform is part of it. Log monitoring and management is there. IT services management is there. And also for the development team, we have introduced the DevOps CI/CD suite. Then also the security also we are taking care of it in this. The information security framework is being prepared, and it's already there, the policies are there, but there was a lack of framework implementation that we are taking care right now. The IS policies would be implemented and will be monitored how it is being utilized by all our people. Data classification is one important aspect. Risk management framework, to what extent, because we have been running legacy systems. Apart from that, we will be having a new technologies, digital systems also coming across for our new phases. And identity and access management. And also we are planning for a security operations center. It will be very key for the futuristic way of Bangalore as a city. There will be a lot of threats which will be coming across as the city grows. So we are taking ready for that also. Then from the system side, rolling stock, we have been able to save 38% of energy from regenerative braking, and also some little design changes in the lightweight design of we have put it for a 15-ton axle load. Then automated vent mode in HVAC have been introduced in this new systems which we are, new rakes which we are going to take. And it has improving the performance in the range of 2.5 and above in coefficient. Improved design of high-speed circuit breakers have been done, improved braking characteristics, increased regenerative energy. In the traction system, inverter-based traction substations have been planned. So to capture the regenerated energy, in phase 2, 2A, 2B, we are expecting a 15.71 crore per annum saving is anticipated. And apart from that, renewable energy, we are having solar powered panels over our stations as in depots. We are also expecting, we have changed our LED based lightings, we are expecting some 14.81 crore per annum. Then the new stations are being designed for natural daylight saving. So we would reduce the number of lights and all those aspects in that level. Then we are also using timer controlled lights on the roads and as well as high mast lights wherever public places we have been using. Then air conditioning, new air conditioning systems we are using, and it is helping us with around 40% of energy saving. Temperature control, new ASS, TSS would be having variable frequency drives are used in ECS and TVS, which will be helping us to the tune of 2.58 crore per annum. Building management systems are monitoring our solutions, whatever we are running, so that energy efficient pumps have been introduced, and automated control systems are there. Suitable enthalpy sensors are there which will be having monitoring humidity and temperature. And high efficient auxiliary substations, transformers have been planned in the new phases. Indoor transformers which are naturally cooled, which will help reduce electricity for cooling or other water cooled methods. We are saving in water also in that level. Then pulse parallel type rectifiers are some of the things which we have used. Then aluminum composite third rail is helping us. And some of the areas which we are utilizing is city beautification space. We have some art galleries called Rangoli Metro Center and all, where people are utilizing it, and it is showing the culture and architecture of Karnataka. It is attracting tourists. Then integrated transport, I will cut short because many of the people have already covered it. We are connecting with the railways and feeder buses with the BMTC. And we also have MOU signed with ex-servicemen. Pilot project station, 5 stations already started with electric vehicles, already started running by those people. It is also taking care of the safety and security of women and children, and even they are operating in the night. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Sri Raman Goyal, AGM Operation, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. I invite Ms. Christy Cherian Ann, GIS India, to receive your memento. Once again, I call upon Sri Raman Goyal onto the dais.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Raman Goyal, AGM Operation. First of all, I will thank to MD Kochi Metro. After discussion with MD Delhi Metro, I have been invited here along with my colleague Mr. Sudhir Mittal, who is AGM Telecom. All metros, I want to say that all metros are having more or less same features. Like my friend from the Bangalore Metro, he has been said about the regenerative braking, about the innovations done by the Bangalore Metro, and no doubt in the Kochi Metro. So Delhi Metro is also doing all the same activities in Delhi. Since 2002, we are operating the Delhi Metro services, and we are the one of the oldest metro in India after the Calcutta. No doubt the youngest metro, one of them is Kochi and others. They are having the new technology as compared to the Delhi Metro, because we are already running the since 2002. Day by day we have upgrading the our conventional lines to the UTO lines, and day by day we are also going to the new technology. We are also implemented in the phase 4 upcoming project. So around 60 kilometers has already been sanctioned by the government, and other we are waiting for the approval around 70 kilometers. And further, I want to say that regarding the passenger journeys, we are taking about around 65 lakhs journeys in Delhi per day during the weekdays. We are running around 4,500 trips per day in Delhi pre-COVID, and now after the COVID, it has given so much impact on the Delhi Metro as well as on the other Indian metros, and we are gaining only about 2/3 of the traffic right now. Presently, we are carrying around 40 to 42 lakhs journeys in Delhi as on date, and we are gaining around I think 8.2 crores we are having earning crores per day apart from the earlier, it is around more than 10 crore. So around 2/3 of the traffic has been gained so far yet. And at last, I want to thank the organizer, the host partners, and the knowledge partner and the other partners for organizing such the Generation Next Transport and Technology Summit 2022. Thank you so much.
Now, I humbly call upon Jatish Chandra Gopinath, DGM of Cochin Shipyard, to take over the dais.
Thank you. Distinguished speakers and dignitaries, a warm good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of CSL, first of all, I would like to convey our sincere apology that our GM, Mr. Shivakumar, he could not attend because he is currently out of station. And from CSL side, we express our sincere gratitude to invite us for this seminar. And as we heard from the previous speakers, most of them were talking about the issues and the technologies we face in road transport and rail transport. So I would like to give few lines of which may be a takeaway to you for from today about what all technologies are being developed in marine sector. International Maritime Organization, IMO, they have set a very challenging target, that is by 2050 we have to reduce the greenhouse emissions by 50% compared to the 2008 standard. So as we speak, there are a lot of technologies being tried out to meet these challenges. That includes battery is one of the option, and solar technology is there, and other alternate fuels like ammonia, methanol, then hydrogen fuel. All these are being tried out, but as of now there is no single solution there to meet this huge challenge in front of us. And you know, marine transportation is the main mode of transportation, and it covers around 80% of the, contribute to the 80% of the world transportation going around. And considering this, it is very important for us to, from the marine sector, it is very important to reduce the emissions produced from the marine vessels. So from Cochin Shipyard side, I would like to say a few things, few initiatives which we have done in this site. One of these, as you have heard from our metro MD is there, and water metro, Kochi water metro, that is a, we were part of that, and that's a 23, that's considered to be the largest fleet of battery powered vessels that is going to be operated in the world. And this is the one which we have delivered, 4 numbers which we have delivered, that is about 120 kilowatt hour battery that will be charged in 1 hour. You can operate in 15 minutes, you can operate for 1 hour, and it has got additional backup of generator also. So this is one step which Kochi Metro has come forward, and that is happy to say that Cochin Shipyard also was a part of that. Another project which we have done is for ASCO Maritime Norway, which we have delivered 2 battery operated vessels that has recently just 2 days back started operation in Norway. So that is running between 2 fjords of Norway, which also take away a lot of trucks from the road. So taking away these trucks also in a way reduce huge amount of CO2 emissions, and that way it will help further reduction of emissions. And we are also working on so many pilot projects which will reduce the greenhouse gas emission. One of such project is we are doing a pilot project with the Ministry of Shipping, that is for development of a fuel cell boat. Also, just 2 days back, we won a project with the US funded project, that is to develop 3 grid designs for the inland waterways of India. So these designs will be developed and it will be adopted in National Waterways 1 and 2. So these are some of the technologies being developed in Cochin shipyard, and also other than that, there are works going on in and around the world. In India also, we are also working on a proposal for development of ammonia fueled ships. As you know, battery and solar may not resolve the full emission problem, because that can only resolve the short duration, short endurance vessels. For long endurance vessels, we need to have other technologies, alternate fuel like ammonia or methanol. These kind of technologies are still being developed, so there is no other way other than having ammonia or methanol technologies. Engines are being developed. Methanol, there is already engines developed, but the kind of kilowatts which we are talking for the huge bulk carriers or containers, that is yet to be developed. So just to, because the time is short, I'll just cut down. And what I would like to say is, since in every decade it is said that around 0.2 degrees Celsius of increase in temperature is happening globally. So this is because of the greenhouse gas emissions from various fossil fuels. So we may not be facing this immediately, but our future generations will face the issues related to this. So we all are responsible to take care of this right now, and if we don't act on it right now, but I don't know how much serious we are taking into this, but this is a serious situation which we are facing and our generation is going to face. So in order to do that, I think I would just like to say, we don't have a solution in front of us, but everybody is trying for that. But every 1 kilowatt saved is equivalent to 1 kilowatt production also, and also we save that much of pollution. So that I think at least we should do that. With that note, I would like to end my session here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we're proceeding with the felicitation, which is handing over the mementos to our honorable dignitaries. I request Loknath sir to kindly come on stage to hand over the mementos to our dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to call Professor Ashish Verma, TSE and Convener, IST Lab, IISc, Bengaluru. Next, Sri Raman Goyal, AGM Operation, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Next, we have Sri Ratish Thomas, DGM, BMRCL. And now, Mr. Jatish Chandra Gopinath. Thank you very much, sir. Kindly take your seat. Now, we're moving ahead with the panel discussion on the topic Convergence of Transport, Energy and Technology in the context of Gati Shakti Plan and Multimodal Logistics Solution. For this panel discussion, Our moderator is Father Jason Paul Mullerikil CMI, Vice Principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, and who is also the program mentor. The panelists for the panel discussion are as follows. I would like to continue by stating the panelists for this panel discussion. First, we have Professor Ashish Verma. Next, Shri Vipin R. Menath, Traffic Manager, Cochin Port Authority. Our next panelist, Shri Devrishi, EVIFY, EV Startup. And next, Mr. Gokur, Senior DGM, Urban Transportation of KMRL.
Hello everybody. So welcome to this panel discussion. We will try to keep it very short because we are want of time, we all know that. So first of all, very welcome to all the panelists. So I will start with an opening statement because as we all know, as a developing economy or developing country, India has leapfrogged in technology. For example, just take the example of telephone. We never saturated with the land phones, but we leapfrogged to mobile phones. Again, in a finance sector, I think we never saturated with the credit cards. Still it is happening, but before that, we are saturating with, I think, QR code like Google Pay things. So that kind of leapfrogging is happening because we are a developing economy. And I think the same thing should happen or may happen in mobility as well. That is my feeling as I was listening to today's sessions, because the vehicles fueled by the fossil fuels, the cars, that is, I think, happening, but at the same time, we never will saturate with the fossil fuel vehicles. We cannot, because as the discussion we listened today, if that happens, that will be a tragedy, because our environment cannot handle it, Earth cannot handle it. So we may have to move to electrical vehicles. That's what I thought. But even EV is not an answer, because as we have already listened, that may cost again for the Earth, because we are again using fossil fuels. So what is going to happen? I think we need a double leapfrog in the mobility sector. So we need to have maybe renewable energy, but that too in the public transport sector. So that's how we need to move towards renewable energy, and also in the public transport mode. I don't know how that is going to happen, but that could be the future, and that should be the future for India, or for the world, for the Earth, I can see. So with this opening statement, this is the context. I would like to invite our partner from KPMG, because they are the advisories. Sri Prasad Undikrishnan, is he here? He is not here. Okay then, so I will give it to Professor Vipin. Yeah.
A very good afternoon too. We're running very close to the lunchtime, a very odd time for the speech, and particularly coming from the seaport, quite unglamorous as compared to any other mode of transport. But then you should know that 95% of world's trade by volume and 70% by value, it all takes place on a platform called the port. So I will quickly take you through, run through what are the technological innovations and interventions that are happening in the marine sector, the shipping sector, and the port sector, and how we as a port have been influenced by the technology. The PM's Gati Shakti initiative, and on September 29th, he announced the National Logistic Policy, is the convergence of the decision to integrate the various ministries and their systems into one single platform, the National Logistics Platform. It converges to 7 ministries, and there are 30 existing systems like the ice gate of the customs or the port operating systems. So the objective is to bring about logistic efficiency in terms of services that is being provided by bringing transparency, cost effectiveness, and enhancing the performance. With this, when you compare the systems that we have, while you are exporting a commodity, you have to go through 38 ministries, more than 500 forms, 40 government participating agencies. So the process is very large and cumbersome. So that's where technological innovations like blockchain, big data, that's all being used in the port sector. National Logistic Platform, NLP Marine, is one such platform which will integrate all the systems of the various government agencies, wherein the exporter files one document and it ends at the, passes through all the agencies, so that there is minimum of documentation that is required, and the speed with which the cargo can be exported, or for an importer to track his cargo, that is being facilitated. Way back in 2018, we have upgraded our port community system, which will now be called as National Logistic Portal for Marine Services. The entire logistic platform, which includes over 200 shipping lines and various service providers, they are all being integrated together. They are being brought under the single platform of National Logistic Platform. It will be easy for any exporter to log on to this system. Already non-disclosure agreements have been signed by many of the technological service providers, banks and financial institutions. So it makes a transparent, robust system wherein the commerce can take place. So as a service provider, though we are very static, we don't move, but then we provide a platform which is up with the technological developments. In terms of robotics and sensor technology, our cranes, equipments and machineries, we are making applications there so that the downtime of machinery, the requirement of their maintenance, that's all known online. So we are making applications of these systems. Then augmented reality, I mean, these are all things which we just realized that, okay, fine, these are the things which are the jargons, but then this is something which is already in place. Hamburg Port, for example, has entirely automated container terminal with the manual interface only at the gantry cranes when you're unloading the containers from the ship. Thereafter, the entire operation is done through automated guided vehicles and other machinery equipments with absolutely no human interference on ground. Similarly, Port of Rotterdam has put in place Port 360 so that the training, the simulator training for the pilots, for the workers, for the visitors who are not aware about how the system works, that is being provided. From predictive, reactive responses, we have now become more proactive by trying to provide predictive analytics, wherein we will plan, okay, which are all the ships are going to come in next few days, and that will help us to sequence the berthing of the vessels. So these are the changes that are taking place in the port sector. Many more is to come. We cannot be bereft of the changes that are taking place in the technological systems. Here at Cochin Port, we were the first port in India to adopt the ERP solutions. Enterprise business system, which has now been adopted by the Indian Ports Association. We already have the enterprise resource planning system already in place, with the port community system, which we have internally developed, also in place. We'll be very soon on switching over to the enterprise business system also. So we are up with this system as it is. And in the end, I would like to say our focus as a service provider is to bring in systems which make the services easier to follow, reduce the complexity in the service, make it more simpler and very easier for all to follow. That's in brief what we do. Owing to the paucity of time, I might take your leave, but thank you very much for that patient attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words as well as enlightening us with what is happening with the port. Okay, now you will be felicitated with a memento. Okay, now I would like to invite Debrashi from EVFI I think you are into the EV logistics, especially the scooters and three-wheelers, and building a network of EV vehicles. Very interesting concept. This is something which we are actually looking forward to, maybe to leapfrog our technology. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me here. I'll tell you briefly what we do. So we provide logistics services, rather green logistics services to all e-com giants. So we provide electric vehicles with riders. So for to clients like Big Basket, Swiggy, Ecom Express, Flipkart and the likes. So we have been listening about COVID, pre-COVID, right? So what has happened after COVID? A lot of us have started ordering food online. You know, all of us are using Amazon or Flipkart apps to order from a refrigerator to a small pen, correct? So what has happened? The pollution has gone up. So this was not there earlier, right? Earlier you wanted to go to, you know, the markets, buy fruits, vegetables, by touching it, feeling it, smelling it, right? But what has happened now? You're ordering it online. Everything is being ordered online. So that has really, you know, kicked off pollution. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to, you know, get down the tailpipe emissions. So we take care of the logistic solution, but it is intra-city deliveries. Tech plays a very important role here because when you're scaling, when you have number of vehicles, you know, in the market, how do you control over that? So again, the convergence of, you know, sustainable energies along with tech and different alternative fuels, you know, this is how it moves forward. As you mentioned very rightly, if the fossil fuel vehicles, you know, they go away, it's going to be a disaster. Absolutely right. We can't even depend on electric vehicles totally. But let's say it is a lesser devil at the moment, I would like to put it. Going a bit into more detail, the other alternative fuels like hydrogen fuel cells, how to do it? It's very expensive. You can't put it in a two-wheeler, but you can do it in a truck or maybe a car probably. So you cannot depend on one kind of clean mobility solution or one kind of clean fuel. You have to be dependent on multiple options. So there will be definitely hybrid cars that are there today where you're using fossil fuel and even electric, you know, to run a car. For example, Toyota Prius. But coming down the line, it will be more on the electric side and maybe a hydrogen fuel side as well, because there is something, no technology can be successful if it is, you know, expensive. It is if it cannot be scaled. So for that to happen, I think our government is, you know, taking care of it very, very well. Nitin Gadkarji mentioned one of his appearances in the public that technology has to be affordable. India is still developing. There is a large part of our community that is still they're looking for cheaper options even today. Even in all of us, you know, if we get discounts online, we don't need that stuff. We buy it, right? So this is what happened. This is a human mentality. So any kind of technology that is coming in the market, let's say electric vehicles for now, we should embrace it. Why? One, it is affordable, kind of affordable rather. Government is helping out a lot. But then if you see the number of vehicles, the purchases are increasing. There are certain challenges. Which technology or which industry doesn't have one? ICE vehicles or internal combustion engine vehicles, it took 100 years to perfect it. Electric vehicle has just been, you know, in the market right now. Give it some time. You know, be positive. There are different chemistries in a battery. Not everyone knows about it. So for a B2C purpose, for consumers, NMC battery, chemistry battery is all right. For B2B purposes like us, whereby vehicles run at least 100 kilometers in a day, a single vehicle for deliveries, we need LFP chemistry batteries, right? So there are n number of things that come into play. So I would always suggest technology is something that needs to be embraced, whether, you know, it's new, whether it's difficult to digest or, you know, keep an open mind and just go with it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that interesting intervention. And I was visiting Australia the last couple of weeks, and something of interest was for logistic purposes, they got the fleet of bicycles, especially in big cities like Sydney, Melbourne, even in Canberra. You know, what we see here, Ola and not Ola, Swiggy and all, in motorbikes. But there I could find fleets of bicycles, and most of them are powered by some kind of battery. And I think this is a kind of future, and this is something which if he is also promoting, they're having a fleet of vehicles, EV vehicles for logistics purposes. Very interesting concept. I haven't seen that anywhere else. So that is very interesting. And now, I think from Cochin Metro, we got Gogol here, and I think he will enlighten us on the same topic. You know, we are leapfrogging technology and how KMRL giving us an opportunity to make public transport which a bit more fashionable, affordable, and efficient for the people.
Thank you, Father. Good afternoon to all of you. So I'll be rather speaking from my experience of in setting up of integrated mobility, at least for the metro, even if it is not for Kochi, because there are too many institutional silos and entrenched institutional practices that we have to navigate through right now. So what I would like to point out, one of the main roadblocks to this is the gap between macro policy and micro implementation. The policies are there. For example, you have a 2018 EV policy in Kerala, which was one of the first EV policies for the whole of the country. But EVs, as many of the panelists have mentioned, is a very rapidly transforming area. So in order to keep up with the necessities, the battery solutions and all, so the EV policies have been there is a lot of gap between actual implementation and, thinking about and formulating policies. So after 2018, I have not seen any path-breaking updates for the EV policy. For example, if I could point out, KSEB recently came up with a fare revision for the EV charging in Kerala. Earlier, there were a fixed charge for 1 kilowatt was fixed charge for 74 rupees, and then every unit was, if it was an EV charging, it was charged at 5 rupees. Right now, what they've done after 2 years is that they've increased it to 5.5 rupees per unit, and while we were been asking, the industry has been asking them to do away with the fixed price, which is actually against the national policy, EV policy, which says that there can't be double pricing, double power pricing. So they've actually increased it from 78 to 74 rupees to 90 rupees. And again, on top of this, they have introduced a limit for charging. The amount that you can charge for. So what you're doing is you're squeezing the whole thing from both sides, and which the policy doesn't actually reflect what the real intention would be. One of the problems that we in Kochi Metro, what we are facing is that we have to work with a lot of other institutions as well to integrate transport along with, because let's say Kochi Metro can't implement everything. You have to take up a lot of historical or a conventional existing operators into your fold rather than bringing up all new solutions. But institutional silos, for example, we have a KMTA, but the KMTA is solely under, they don't have enough power actually. They're only a solution suggesting body, not an implementation, or those who can have the actual power to make that policy. So that gap is very prominent here, even though we have the first KMTA. So what we have is that you can have a lot of suggestions, but how do you put down at the last on the ground level is the question that we are all facing. So if we had a more powerful Metropolitan Transport Authority, a lot of headaches would go away, but it is not so. Another issue that we are facing is there is a lack of historical data for the travel, as Christy was mentioning. There were a 2015 study, then there is a 2019 study, but it all goes out of the window after the COVID, because your travel pattern has changed, your trip patterns have changed, your modal shift is completely different. So how do you make sense of what is you're going to plan in a pre-COVID world? So that is one huge problem that we are facing. How do you implement your project and back up with data that you can actually, actionable data which you can actually put in use on the ground. So that is there. So what we have tried to do is that to extrapolate data and have some kind of a grace thing to it, so as to say that this could be, we can never be sure. Another thing what we are trying to do is to develop through technological solutions, develop data when we are implementing new transport systems like last mile, last phase, at least I would call it a last phase and a first phase connectivity. Last mile doesn't actually work in Kochi, so you need to have a last phase connectivity which might go over a few miles. But if you implement that, for example, if you are putting down an auto feeder system, you will need to equip it with a VLTD device, which is a vehicle location tracking device. Otherwise, you don't have any data as to how people are using this. So that would be one baseline data on which we could actually work on in the later stage. So, but right now there is no historical data. Any historical data right now available is not valid at all. So that is one huge challenge that we are facing. Another problem, many spoke about integrated mobility. One key problem that I would like to point out is with fare integration. Kochi do have a beacon protocol based Kochi Open Mobility Network, which is a great initiative, but then which makes many services discoverable. They can discover each other on that same platform. But the question what we would have to ask is, what is the mode of economic transaction? Right now we don't have a clear-cut, fail-safe kind of a economic transaction platform. NSDL has come up with an e-commerce platform which they want to implement in mobility as well as in the mass scenario. But one of the key questions that happens is that you can plan for integrated transport like from door to door, but what if this trip breaks down at some point? So if you've paid it from point 1 to point, say from A to H, and it breaks down at D, so who returns the money to the other persons who have already for the services not availed? I have a motorcycle and then I take a feeder bus, I get into metro, then I need an auto rickshaw to get down, but at the metro maybe something happens, or before metro something happens, I'm not able to make that journey, or that service is not available at that point. So the trip is not complete. So if the trip is not complete, who pays for the money? How does it come back to a service that you have not availed? So it's a very critical element that we all have to discuss. Right now there is no solution for it. So before we say fare integration, this is the point that we have to deal with. So I think technology is the real solution provider here, but right now we don't see anything which is very concrete and fail-safe. One of the last things that I would like to say is that, look, sustainable mobility projects are never going to be, you cannot, basically it won't be economical, or you can't make a sort of profit from that. So from a project planning perspective, it is very important that we understand how sustainability end result, which is quite non-tangible, and you cannot put a finger on it saying that this is the amount that I'm working. We need to adopt international auditing and financial practices and tools which actually converts sustainable practices into tangible economic gains. So that has to be a regular, it has to be incorporated into project planning. Otherwise, no project is going to make any sense financially. So that is one, because any sustainable project comes with a huge price, because it's already a developing, even EVV is not completely developed, and with the battery prices, it's still not economic. So these are the questions that I would like to bring forth and maybe have a discussion on this.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting, very extensive. And also we all agree with the post-COVID scenario. I think the data before that is obsolete. And we all agree. We also face the same with our data analytical project with the Kochi Metro, the same problem. And also I think the beacon protocol, that is a very good alternative. I think Axis Bank should have a look at it, because this is something which we are also trying to do. That means adopt beacon protocol for the transactions, and on the top of that maybe some kind of blockchain technology, and that may further lead to some kind of digital currency or cryptocurrency usage in the transaction. So this is something which we are actually, that could be the roadmap. Okay. And again, one last point, I would like to see Cochin Metro using renewable energy. I don't know, because CL could do it, maybe Cochin Metro also could do it. Okay, with these words, I am giving this to Professor Ashish Verma just to sum it up, all the discussions.
That's a big task to sum up. Thank you, Father. Just to reflect on the last point that you mentioned, and I fully agree. Public transport entities should not be looked at from the point of view of profit-making corporate entities. So their impact should be looked from a larger social welfare that they basically generate because of being a public transport and what it achieves on several dimensions of social welfare. So quantifying social welfare, how much a public transport undertaking is generating is probably a better way to understand their profitability rather than just the financial profitability. And yes, in the new normal, I think all master plans need to be relooked at with new data set rather than depending upon the data that was collected. Now to try to sum up, this whole summit was about future, the next generation, transport. And I would say, and we all deliberated, the future of transport has to be clean, it has to be sustainable, and it has to be energy efficient. We have seen the example of Sri Lanka, how fossil fuel dependency can cripple the whole country and economy. And also this whole Ukraine crisis and the energy and fuel crisis that is created across the world, and especially in European countries, it's all reflective of the point that we have to keep reducing our dependency on fossil fuel. So now you have to think, if you have to think about this future of transport, I always say on many platforms that we should look back to the past of our cities 30 years before, say, in 70s or 80s, how our cities were. A lot more people used to cycle, a lot more people used to walk. Our cities were much more compact. They were much more sustainable. So if I have to think about the future of transport, we should really bring back this past of our cities of 70s and 80s. Of course, the difference this time would be that you have technology, you have those advances to back it. But I think that's where the future of our cities lies, is to bring back the past. Even in case of Bangalore, which always used to be called as pensioner paradise, because the city was compact, the weather was fantastic, people could walk to most of the places, it was much more green and so on. And when people say what should be the future of Bangalore, I just say bring back the Bangalore of 70s. So that's one thing. Now when we think about decarbonization, which is what the focus in the context of EV ecosystem also, decarbonization cannot happen in isolation without or neglecting the core transportation issues. As in the previous session, the speaker, Christy Ann from GIZ, she was also mentioning that you may do a magic, abracadabra, and all vehicles turn to electric. While this may solve some emission problem, but the traffic congestion issues will remain. Travel time delays will remain. So while we think about decarbonization plans, we also have to keep the focus on the core transportation issues. So it has to be a win-win situation. So just converting vehicles into electric will not be the best strategy and will not work holistically. And when we talk about EV ecosystem, we forget that metro rail systems or Metro Light or Metro Neo, these categories are also part of electric mobility ecosystem. Yeah, they are electric mobility options, but we completely miss out thinking about it, how and to what extent they should contribute in this whole electric mobility ecosystem. Now recently, Niti Aayog is trying to come up with an index. It would be called as India Electric Mobility Index, and they are working on it. We recently had a stakeholder, consultation in Bangalore on that, and I was also attending it, where they would rank states based on this electric, mobility index of how electric, mobility has been adopted. And I actually emphasize this point that when you rank it, do you consider metro rail and electric buses also as part of that electric mobility ecosystem? Do you rank cities which have done more on these aspects as compared to, say, converting personal vehicles into electric. That's something that we have to keep in mind. We did an interesting project because there is a lot of discussion about grid impact. Today, tomorrow, if all vehicles are there, then the cities will go in dark. So we need to assess the grid impact also when we think about scaling up. So we did a project for whole BMR, created a dashboard, a optimization-based model in the background, where one can see the optimum number and location of charging points for different scenarios, fast charger, slow charger, or a combination of that, where and how to place them based on several factors: travel behavior, choices of people, the grid capacity and impact on grid capacity. So we could also actually assess through that how much would be the load on grid due to certain number and location of these EV charging point. This kind of decision support framework, a scientific decision support framework would be useful for cities to assess how much you can depend on grid, how much you need to go on solar, or of course, at the end, you have to really go towards renewable. But it's an interesting way to understand, because there is an equity aspect also. Today we are finding it difficult to even give electricity in houses in poor people. Yeah, and this come to. But we would like to give electricity to rich people to charge their car. Yeah, so there is an equity angle also. Just few points to sum up on the public transport. In the morning, inaugural session, there were a lot of examples about Istanbul. Honorable MP talked about Norway, European countries, about how well they have integrated, ticketing, etc. What we forget is, in each of these cities, you would see that all different modes of public transport are operated by a single operator, a single agency. Nowhere in India we are thinking about it. If you have each public transport mode being operated by a different operator, you will never going to achieve even integration among these operators. And you, as you rightly said, the KMTA here or DLT is a similar example in Karnataka, where because of the lack of powers, they are not able to do the function of integration. But even within that, we need a single operator to run different public transport modes within a city. That's how you will achieve that seamless system. Especially on the MRTS network, metro rail systems, the extent of network has an important role. Since we took the example of Norway, I have been to Oslo. It's a city where a part of the city is in valley, and a lot of residences are towards the hills, around in that whole area. And the metro actually literally climbs up in each direction onto, covering each of these residential areas. You can literally reach any house or any location within walking distance of metro. So the extent of network has an important role in how much people will use it and adopt it. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, we are winding up this panel discussion. Thank you for all the panelists, and we will take something good out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected moderator and panelists. Now, I call upon Biswajit Sahu from Medalytics for the felicitation. First up, I call upon Sri Devrishi to receive your memento. Next, I call upon Mr. Gokul, Senior DGM of Urban Transportation, KMRL.
Yeah, thank you all. Now we invite Axis Bank team to quickly run through the presentation. Next, we'll have an online participation from other speakers and as well as from the moderation from our end. Then we'll break for the lunch. Now I invite Mr. Saurabh Agarwal from Axis Bank to run through the presentation.
respected dignitaries, respected speakers, and my dear friends and colleagues. I'll take you through to Kochi One card, and probably the Honorable MP was talking about his experience in Istanbul, where he was able to use one card for all his needs, maybe using that card in metro, buses, shopping, and this is something which Professor Burma is also was talking about, a single, fair media where people can use that card. That is reality that was launched in association with KMRL and Axis Bank way back in 2017 in India. If you can see, this was a co-branded card with Kochi Metro. These cards are available in all the metro stations. There is a dedicated mobile app for metro and border metro QR based, so it does not mean if you're not do not want to use the card, if you do not have the card, does not mean that you cannot be part of the digital revolution. You can download Kochi mobile app. By using that app, you can book QR ticket using any kind of mode of payment, be it credit card, normal debit cards, or UPI. Probably by this card, this looks to be the first integrated transport system in India and second in the world. If we look at after London, because this card, what we are trying to do, this card can be used in buses, this card can be used in autos, this card can be used any kind of online transaction, this card can be used in any restaurant, and probably this was the first open loop transit card based on NCMC specification, that was version 1. So we just tried to cover the journey of a Kochiite by using this card. So let's say somebody is there at home, right, and they are having this card. They can use this card at the auto. This is under development. They can use this card at auto, reach to the metro station, tap this card at metro gate, take the ride, reach to office. During lunch, they go to any of the restaurant using Kochi One card and enjoy discounts on our Easy Diner and Dining Delight platform, maybe 15 to 20%. And though, remember, they have got discount at metro ride also 20%. So 20% discount while you are traveling, 15 to 20% discount while you are eating during your lunch. Then evening, when you want to go back to home, you reach to the nearest bus stop, you use that card at buses. Currently, roughly around 100 odd buses are operating in Kochi. They are accepting our card. We'll take it to, with the help of Kochi Metro team, KMRL team, will take it to these number to 500, and we want to cover almost 100% of the buses of Kochi. While using this card in Kochi buses, you again get a discount of 5%. So discounts all the way from your home to, and while going back, you went through Lulu Mall and you saw some sale is happening, or you want to buy something for your family or for yourself, you get discount there too. Isn't this a win-win situation for everyone? And these cards are very easy to get. You just need to go to any metro station, just need to give your proof of address and ID, and just fill a small application form and you will get card easily. The loading on the card is also very easy. Either you can use this card at the metro station, giving your credit card, debit card, you can top it from there using UPI. Even if you are not at a metro station, you can top this card sitting at home using Kochi mobile app. Maybe you are not using a smartphone that time, you can use our dedicated web portal also to load the card to see the statement. Probably one of the biggest feature which we were talking about, and we are the pioneer of that, I would say, our Kochi mobile app that has got the SOS feature also, which is none of the other transit operators apps are having. So somebody is distressed, they can call up their near and dear ones, where the message will reach out to them and they can connect. Now I'll talk more about the features of the card. Direct access to Kochi Metro, get 20% discount. With full KYC limit, you get loading of 1 lakh. So which, if you see that Honorable MP was talking about, can we book IRCTC ticket using the card? Yes, you can book IRCTC ticket using this card. You can buy Amazon, buy anything from Amazon or Flipkart or any online portal to anything using this card. And just to give you one more reason to celebrate again this card, the moment you pay your bills or recharge your mobile phone using this card, you get 50 rupees cashback every month, which means around 600 rupees in a year. You see that all the RuPay enabled cards. So the moment you see any offer which is coming on RuPay, that is also there on card. And somebody use a frequent flyer. So let's say if you're traveling in Delhi and Kochi, you're taking the metro, you have complimentary lounge access as various airports too. So now just look at all these features. Direct access to Kochi Metro, INR 1 lakh full KYC limit, 20% off on your metro ride, 5% off on your bus fare, 33% on metro passes, 2 airport lounges, which is worth around 1500 rupees per visit, so roughly around 3000 rupees per quarter. And plus we have launched many offers using Easy Diner and Dining Delights, where you can get 15 to 20% discounts in various restaurants. Not only discounts at metro or discounts at the restaurants, you can use this card at various outlets and get discounts up to 15%. And while designing this card for Cochin, the marketing team has worked very hard with the feedback from the local team. We have tied up with the small eateries, some local eateries of Cochin also, so that people, they need not to go to always Radisson or Trident for that. They can try some biryani at Tambi or Iftar in local restaurants too. So these are some of the features which I'll talk about. Kochi One app. Kochi One app has been very evolved app. You can do the journey planner, you can book your tickets, you can cancel your ticket, you can get instant refund also, you can track live ticket status also, you can see timetable of buses, you can see map also, you got last mile connectivity, you got offers and events which is happening. Let's say if ISL is happening, you can get something about that offer or that events also. You'll get online and offline shopping, any kind of offers. You can just log into the Kochi One mobile app, you can see what is happening. You can see your card statement then and there. Just need to click on the details, that time frame which you want your card transaction. Those details are very much there. You got your KYC detail, you got tourist information, everything. And this is not something we are stopping here. This app is at its evolving stage, right? Maybe 1 year down the line, once we meet next time in Summit, I'll be talking about more features on the app side. So this was from Kochi One card and Kochi Metro app. Thank you. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll be having a hybrid session, which is of both online and offline. For this, I call upon Ms. Sarika Chakravarti, Senior Sector Coordinator of NIUA, which is an online. Next, Shri Devrishi, AV5, AV Startup, and Ms. Saranyan, Senior Growth Manager, MOEV, Guragan, that is also online. Also, we'll have a presentation by Sarjan Raj TD from RSET on the topic JPDAP, a data analytics platform for seamless and effective transport management, and also a presentation by Binu Ayyappan from RSET on the topic device and data-driven urban mobility technologies. I request everyone to kindly join us on stage. I humbly welcome Ms. Sarika Chakravarti, Senior Sector Coordinator, NIUA. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me for this workshop. My name is Sarika Chakravarti and I work with the National Institute of Home Affairs, which is a autonomous body under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. I was also part of the team which recently prepared the draft master plan of Delhi 2041. Some of the things that I'm about to say now have already been covered by the panelists, so let's say my presentation will be short and sweet. I request the host to please give me the telling rights. I hope the screen is visible now. Today I'll be speaking on sustainable mobility, and like I said before, most of the topics have been, most of what I'm about to say has been covered by the previous speakers. However, I'll be adding some examples from the Delhi Master Plan itself from experience to this presentation. The presentation is about the importance of achieving sustainable mobility in achieving climate goals. As you are all aware, an integrated and inclusive shared mobility system is actually a prerequisite to achieving sustainable growth in an urban area. A well-connected transport system also plays can someone just tell me whether my screen is visible?
Hello, it's visible, ma'am.
So like I was saying, a well-connected transport network will play a critical role in actually inducing equity in our cities by reducing the geospatial inequities and not only at the city level but also at the regional level when we talk about the urban-rural connect. It
needs to be given to this. Just because we are now decarbonizing transport, and we do see that the carbon emissions will come down significantly because we're switching to the alternate, electricity fuel. But in the long run, I suspect we could be heading for a bigger menace, because the battery waste is very toxic in nature, and we all know how we are faring with our domestic waste. So we actually need to start putting up this system in place. Globally, I believe that there's only 5% capacity to actually recycle, dismantle, and dispose of this lithium-ion batteries safely. So something that all our policymakers, infrastructure providers need to start thinking about. And of course, incentivizing the use of electric vehicles. So presently, the capital cost of electric vehicles is much higher than the regular fossil fuel vehicles. And of course, in the long run it will become, more economically or cost effective to use an electric vehicle. But that upfront capital cost, higher investment, is something which is dissuading the people, the common users, the end users, to actually buying the electric vehicles. Something that we need to think about. And we also need continued support in form of research and development of other emerging non-fossil fuel options, like hydrogen is something that is being talked about. Having said that, fuel transitions is not the only way wherein we can decarbonize, the transport sector. There are these conventional methods which have been talked about before, so I'm going to not deliberate upon them for a very long time. But these, if we would have, I'm sorry to say, but if we would have put them in place 10, 20 years back, perhaps we would not be having this serious conversation about climate change and decarbonizing transport as we are having today. So the first thing that we need to do is we have to improve the efficiency of our transport system as a whole. The first point under that would be improving the quality of public transport. See, public transport has a set of captive users, people who cannot afford private vehicles. So those are the, like I said, they're the captive users. Because they don't have a choice, they will continue to, travel in public transport. The main area over here is to enable the modal shift so that the car users actually begin to use public transport. Because for the car users, comfort takes precedence over affordability. So until and unless our public transport has the kind of outreach, provides the kind of time efficiency and the comfort, primarily the comfort that a private vehicle offers, that switch from cars or private vehicles to public transport may not necessarily take place. Second is the use of ITS. There's been talk of unified ticketing. Not going to deliberate upon that. Just a point to add that in addition to unified ticketing, if we could subsidize the onward trips by shared or public transport modes. For instance, if someone is traveling from point A to B and then B to C, and from point A to B, that gentleman or lady takes a metro, and then from point B to C continues to travel in a shared or a public transport mode, the fare of the mode that they use from traveling from point B to C should get subsidized. It's kind of a reward for taking an onward journey by public or shared mode of transport. That is something that can be considered. Institutional integration has been talked about. We heard about Kochi Metro, Kochi already having a metropolitan transport authority. Chennai has also come up with that. I think there are more than 15 cities and states in India who are actually looking at forming UMTAs of certain type at a state level or even at city levels. The point is that these UMTAs will not really gain strength unless you financially capacitate them, until the flow of funds is through these UMTAs for the transport infrastructure, or transport planning. So that is one way wherein the UMTA just doesn't remain an authority, not just an executive body, but actually gains some muscle and is able to push the sustainable mobility agenda. The next point is enabling modal shift in favor of shared modes. I'm using the word shared modes because it's not just the public transport, but it's also the para transit, intermediate this IPTs as we call them. So for this, spatially, the first thing that we should do is we have to integrate land use and transport. That, as you all must be knowing, is through transit-oriented development. We do have a national TOD policy. Some states, some cities have adopted that policy and come up and notified their own policies. So by virtue of which the densities around the transit nodes are going to increase. It's going to bring people closer to the public transport. It's going to increase the ridership of the public transport. There is data and research paper which says that 45%, just a second, let me see. Yeah, that households in transit-oriented development travel 45% less than residents of automobile-dependent neighborhoods, because transit-oriented development also has mixed-use development. So whatever they need is actually in a very close distance to their residences. The need for travel is reduced, and if ever the need of travel does arise, then they have the public transport at very walkable distance, and they can use that for traveling. So transit-oriented development is the way to go forward. However, in our Indian cities, we don't have transit-oriented development, we have development-oriented transit. So what happens is that we already have a city with very high densities, with these, central business districts established. And we have superimposed our transport networks, our mobility networks, our metro networks on top of the city, on a city which is already thriving and already developed. So it works vice versa. So we have development-oriented transit. Our alignments are planned to join the areas which have high densities. So then how to add the element of TOD-ness in this? For this, your transit-oriented development actually becomes a type of a regeneration. So the regeneration, we have to see that how this private sector-led regeneration can be enabled in our cities. We also, like I said before, we have to improve public transport and shared modes, and most importantly, we have to develop an integrated multimodal transport system. We have to give that seamless travel experience to our commuters, and one way of enabling this is also the institutional integration, which I talked about before. We also have to disincentivize private transport. There are global examples like in Singapore, London, they have congestion pricing. In Singapore, you have to actually buy a...
Madam Sarika?
Yes?
Yeah, can we quickly finish, because there are other speakers also lined up and we are yet to break for the lunch.
Yeah, sure. So, disincentivizing private transport. The next point is optimizing parking supply. Parking supply is also another way wherein you can enable modal shift, regulate your parking supply, enforce your parking norms, and thereby you can enable the modal shift. Enhancing facilities for walking and cycling. I believe there is a speaker who's going to speak on that. So a lot of focus on active travel should be given, particularly in areas around the transit systems, to improve the first and the last mile connectivity. Freight is another important aspect where we need to talk about the greening strategies for freight and logistics. And this could be done by dedicated freight corridors, water-based transport. So the path to achieving climate goals, I would say, would be through smart planning. Let's go back to the drawing boards and talk about those basic principles of transport and implement them. Harmonize sustainable development with low transport actions. Adopt sustainable, inclusive, and integrated transport planning solutions. We also need to have dynamic policies, plans, and technology. All these, because the changes in transport domain are very, very dynamic. So to keep up with them, we have to have policies and plans that are constantly being updated to respond to these changes and innovations. Data-driven integrated planning is something that is very important to promote low-carbon mobility and consider the need of all user groups to make our transport ecosystem truly inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Sarika. Now I invite Assistant Professor Binu Ayapan for his presentation on device and data-driven urban mobility technologies. Over to you, Binu.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I won't be taking too much time. So it should be, I mean, we are expecting it as a continuous, I mean, two continuous sessions. Session 1 has to be handled by surgeon, and the second session should be done by device. I mean, this one after the previous session. So it is going to be a continuous one, but sorry for that one. So initially I will be discussing about the device and data-driven urban mobility technologies. So what we are planning, that is our objective is something like already we have something like a platform developed for Kochi Metro JPDAP analytics platform. That platform considered to be one of the platform which can accumulate or get the data information, or the especially something like automated fare collection information from the Kochi Metro, and that will be analyzed and passenger pattern can be predicted or identified. And immediately after that, that will be useful for trip plan and all other things related to the Kochi Metro day-to-day operations. Next slide. Next slide. So when we start off, Professor Ashish Verma has mentioned about mobility as a service. So we have heard about infrastructure as a service, cloud as a service, and platform as a service, etc. But mobility as a service, what is the key point here in mobility as a service? So when you consider a city as a whole, the transportation in a particular city is not operated by a single vendor. It is going to be multi-vendor operational, I mean, a kind of transportation system in most of the cities. So we are expecting something like different vendors are operating on that particular domain, and we are expecting the data from all these different operators, maybe the multimodal transportation scheme, we are expecting metro transportation, we are expecting bus transportation, and similar type of transportation we are expecting, and we have to ensure that all this data being accumulated, and that has to be processed for next level trip planning, etc. So in that sense, mobility as a service is very important for, especially for smart cities, and that will improve the overall transportation system. It will improve the or reduce the carbon emission. All these things will occur due to that particular idea, which is known as mobility as a service. So what is our role? That is from Rajagiri perspective, what is our role in mobility as a transportation? That is different vendors are there, and vendors means there are huge, big vendors, small vendors, big scale vendors, and small scale vendors. How they can accommodate this type of solutions for their day-to-day activities. So that's why we are looking into that particular part. That is, we are proposing something like device-driven approaches. That device can be used by the so-called vendors, and that can be used within their particular operations, and that will be useful for planning the entire city travel map or transportation scenario. So this one already mentioned by Professor Ashish Verma. And our approach, that is, we are looking for a device and data-driven approach for mobility technologies, and it is a amalgamation of IoT, AI and data analytics, cloud computing, robotics, and surveillance and security, and one more thing, safety is also part of this particular solution. So RSET, right now you might have noticed Behra sir has released the second phase of the project, and we are working on these particular technologies, especially for this device-driven technologies, particularly for KMRL, Kochi Metro. And the first one is actually something related to video analytic module for video feed from CCTV cameras. And you will be wondering that such kind of solutions are available from different multinational vendors, but why we are looking for this type of vendors? So the point is that the almost all cameras that is available in the market is based on a pre-programmed kind of analytical system that is always it is taking the data based on the previous history. But the approach we are trying to have is something like it could be learned, that is our system will learn, and whenever it is possible, the firmware of that particular application or the camera will be updated at regular intervals. Depending on the context of the city, the pattern may be, or the entire pattern may different. So that has to be addressed. That is the idea why we are following this approach, video analytics module for the especially for metro stations. So in addition to that, we are looking for indigenous processor that is developed by CDAC. We are trying to integrate that one, and also one proposal is there to integrate FPGA dedicated only for the particular CCTV analytics. And we have submitted a project in association with KMRL and CSML, Kochi Smart Mission Limited, to DST for approving a project, something like RSET processor design for CCTV support services. Then second one, which is under this category, is actually IoT sensor enabled monitoring system for the entire metro pier cap and viaducts. And recently Kochi Metro faced that issue, like one infrastructure related issue, and to address that one, that is coming under the predictive analysis and predictive maintenance, and for that we are working on that particular one, IoT driven system to infrastructure analysis, especially civil structures. And the third one, even though it is not a device driven, but at the same time it could be something like a device driven, something like we are working on that one, how effectively we can profile the passenger details, or how we can get the feedback from the passenger. All those things we need to have some kind of device, and that device has to be formulated, and for that is actually coming under the automated advertising bidding software for metro station. Especially after taking the feedback from the end users, we have to ensure that what type of users are using that metro at a particular time, so that we can have a variable kind of advertisement scheme. Then forecasting based on external parameters like events and other influencing factors, especially in Kerala, some factors are there that has to be addressed. Then yellow line intrusion detection system, that is very important for our context, because most of the metros are running with electric lines, and that is actually safety part, and how to monitor this yellow line crossing, and that has to be controlled. Right now we are using manual system, so we have to make use of that system. Also we are working on that one. And the so-called multimodal transport analysis. Right now Kochi Metro is actually using only metro rail system, but by 2023 we are expecting water metro and similar supporting services. So how to effectively make use of this technology effectively, we need to have multimodal technology, and we are working on all that particular part too. So that is all from my side. That is the device, and the important point is that it is all related to the device, and how effectively we can make use of the device which is capable to or cater to all the services. And any service vendor, that is, it is not restricted to KMRL alone, any service vendor, they can make use of that vendor with slight modification, and that can make use that particular system for their day-to-day operations, and that will give us the umbrella term which is known as mobility as a service. Thank you very much.
So we are almost starving for the lunch, but I think Mr. Devresi, you have any quick thoughts to wrap it up from your end? So you are allotted only. Sorry.
Mobility as a service, well, definitely there's a way to go. I'll talk on the transportation side because I come from that background, right? So my family has been in transportation since 1960s, so somewhere I do understand the pollution part that comes into play, the kind of people you are, they're into it. Like in the last presentation, Sarika mentioned 90% of the pollution is through road transportation. So I understand that. Technology, end of the day, is something that makes your life easier, makes your life simple, and that is again one of the ways. Well, whether it is multimodal transportation, whether it is adoption of new technology in terms of electric vehicle or vehicle run by hydro fuel cells, well, it all goes hand in hand. I totally agree with that. And something very important I feel we all are missing here is not just the acceptance of it, but also a lot of research that is still needed in terms of making these more affordable and taking it to the last mile, taking it to tier 3, tier 4 cities as well. Just a small example on that, again taking transportation and batteries into consideration. A few years ago, let's say about 10, 15 years ago, 1 kilowatt of battery was producing about, let's say, 10 or 15 kilometers. But today, 2 kilowatt of batteries, or the same 1 kilowatt of battery is producing more than 40 kilometers. So when we're talking about there is going to be load on the grid because there is a lot of electric vehicles on road, just imagine the same 1 kilowatt battery is producing 100 kilometers or maybe 150 kilometers. So somewhere or the other we won't have to be reliant too much on the grid, because
the same kilowatt of batteries producing more kilometers again. That makes life easier for everyone, and the operations get cheaper as well. So which is very important for any country's economy. That is what I would like to mention here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Devrishi. I think we have the online participation from Mr. Saranayan, but I think we are running out of time and running out of schedule. So we have to wrap the session and wrap the summit here. So I thank on behalf of Medalytics Digital Convergence and the summit organizers and everyone who have joined as participants, who have deliberated here, who have enlightened us through their knowledge, through their practices, through their innovations, and it's a great way to start from this note that we have the understanding of all the sectors, all the mobility sectors, and all the innovations and all the practices that is going on and the research that is going on, because we have all the participation from and mentorship from RSET, and also we have the academic development and the research development that is going on in RSET and other areas as well, and also the practices that is happening in the EV sector and also in the maritime sector and also in the transportation sector in general. And I'm very grateful to Father Jason Paul Mullerikal, the Vice Principal of RSET, for being the mentor and the host of this facilities. And I'm also very thankful to the Axis Bank team, and particularly Mr. Prashant Sinha and his team, and Mr. Sachin and his team, for supporting us through a quick notice. And also the other speakers and delegates who have joined on behalf of KMRL, Cochin Shipyard, and Cochin Smart City, and Cochin Port. So we are looking forward for more such summits and more such events where you want all the stakeholders to join in hand and also brainstorm and also gain some knowledge and take it further for the practices and further innovations. Medalytics Digital Convergences, though it is a new startup and newest startup on governance technology solutions, we will be happy to host you, happy to have you, and happy to organize you something you want, some customized and curated programs in future. Thank you all for the patience, the long patience, and I'm extremely sorry for the delay since it's in the morning, and the launch is outing outside. So please join us for the lunch. Thank you all. Yeah. Please be seated. I think some of the mementos are to be delivered. We can have a group photo before the lunch also.
For the felicitation, I call upon Mr. Biswajit. I would like to invite Mr. Binu Ayappan from RSET and Sajan Raj TD from RSET. Now I call upon Sajan Raj TD from RSET. Next, I humbly call upon Shri Devrishi from EV5. Also, I would like to call upon Praveen Jacob from Cochin Shipyard to receive your memento. Once again, I call upon Praveen Jacob from Cochin Shipyard. Mr. Praveen Jacob from Cochin Shipyard. On behalf of Mr. Praveen Jacob, we have another representative from Cochin Shipyard.
one more felicitation. We are actually giving 3 mementos to the organizers, and I would like to invite Father Jason to hand over the mic. So first, Vishwajit. Sunil Joshi, Sunil Behra, Sunil Behra. And Pratibha ma'am. Thank you very much. Lunch is arranged at refectory, KE block. Volunteers will guide you.